deals in 50 states in 50 days for the second time, all live on YouTube. Now this time I'm going to be using leads from a few different places, but one of the places I want to talk to you about is LeadZolo, where they generate all of their leads from YouTube ads that are specifically going after motivated sellers to come to us, so we don't have to pull lists, we don't have to cold call, we don't have to talk to people that aren't interested in selling their property. We're just able to close motivated sellers. Now, I've actually closed their leads before live on stage at Wholesale and Live, where I won that belt right there. So has Seamus Goss, Max Jimenez, Naaman Taylor, Eric Klein. Some of the biggest names in this industry have all used LeadZolo. And hands down, we say it's one of the best lead sources for any wholesaler out there. So now it's your turn. The LeadZolo guys have reached out to me and said, hey, we want to give your audience a chance to try out a lead on us. For a limited time only, you can go to leadzolo.com/titanium and you could get 10 leads for only $1,000. Usually their leads cost about $300 a lead. So this is a hell of a deal that they're giving to anyone that comes out and watches the 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days challenge. If you want to check out the quality of these leads, come watch me close them live Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central, where I'm closing LeadZolo leads all day, every day. What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 23 of 50 deals, 50 states, 50 days. Good morning, Miss Cassandra.
Good morning, good sir. How do you do?
I am having a lovely morning.
A lovely morning, you say?
Lovely morning.
What is so lovely about your morning?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed. I don't normally do this, but I wanted to test it out because of our internet issues last week. I recorded my podcast with Andrea Stakes that was released this morning on your laptop, and I wanted to test out the audio. I realized I didn't go back and listen to it, so I turned it on and I was listening to the audio just to make sure it sounded okay. And I ended up listening to the entire podcast interview with Andrea Stakes. We had so much fun together. I love her so much. If you guys don't know who Andrea is, she's the owner of Integria, which is where we get our virtual assistants. We released our podcast interview with her this morning. Just had a blast with her and a ton of fun. So it set off my day in the right way. I'll say that.
So you listened to your whole podcast this morning is what you're telling me.
I wouldn't say the whole thing. I listened to probably the last 20 minutes.
Honest to goodness, that is insane.
Why?
Because you never listen to it like that.
I know. It drives me crazy, actually, to listen to myself, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because of Andrea.
Yeah, she is fantastic.
Yes, she is. So are we going to have a great day today?
Oh, we are going to have beyond a great day. We're going to have an epic day.
I agree. I mean, it's been a kind of what feels like a slow start to the week.
Guy who sent 8 contracts out on Monday.
But it hasn't been. And I think that's what excites me.
I know. We were talking a little bit about this last night, and like it's so interesting how just routine it kind of feels now. I love that aspect of the 50-50-50. You're resetting your habits, which, here we focused on we focus on that heavily, creating the habits that you want to get the results that you want is such a huge part of how we operate on a day-to-day basis. And so I'm really loving the habits that this is setting, you know, with our operations and our team. It's proof is in the pudding, right? Like you create these types of habits and you get the results, you know?
It's funny you bring that up because I was thinking about it, and it's like looking at our KPIs through 22 days, we've sold 20 properties.
We fixed our KPIs finally, guys.
That is an impressive number because it takes a couple of days to get properties under contract, to do the recon, to get it to the place where you can actually do dispositions. And I'm pleased across the board. I mean, I'm pleased in the amount of contracts that we've sent. We've sent out 86 contracts, which is the same amount of contracts that we got signed in the first 50-day challenge in 50 days. So that's cool. 55 contracts have been signed. We have 6 cancellations. The thing that stands out about the terminations is 3 of those are JV deals. So 50% of our terminations were JVs. 2 of which I know for a fact is because once we got the recon done on the property, we said, hey, this isn't what we thought it was.
Right.
And that's why we terminated. The 3 that I got direct to seller that we've terminated, I was talking to Patrick about this morning. Like, this is a thing that we need to pay attention to. All 3 of those sellers claimed that they professionally flip houses for a living, and they knew how much rehab it was. They gave me a specific number. So if you looked at Port Arthur that we terminated, he said it needed $20,000 in repairs. If you look at Chandler, Texas, $30,000. If you look at Socorro, New Mexico, $5,000.
$5,000, and it was like $55,000.
All of those were very specific numbers that were given to us by the sellers, and were completely wrong. So I love the fact that those are the reasons why we have terminated, and outside of that, there are no other terminations. So let me bring up the KPI sheet so you guys can see the specific numbers here. So here's what we're looking at. Like you said, 86 contracts, 55 signed, 6 terminations, 29 properties currently in dispositions. 15 properties are sold or assigned and waiting to close. Thank you, sir. And then we've got 5 that have closed. So right now in assigned deals, what is that? $270,000. And then another 29 properties in dispositions. I was looking at it. If we could stick with the numbers where we are right now, we're at somewhere in the range of $600,000 in potential profit.
Say that again.
We're at $600,000+ in potential profit if we could stick to what our average assignment fee is so far, which I believe it's like $13,000.
On just the ones that are in dispo?
Sold and closed. If you take that number, so 270,000, you divide it by 20, it's like 13,375 or something like that.
I was like, yeah, that number's wrong, bro.
If you took that number and you multiplied it by 29 plus this, we're at like 660,000 or something like that. Which I think
I did the numbers like that, and I was including one Florida deal where I averaged out on sold.
Right.
I did the numbers like that, and I did it for the whole challenge. And I am right? With that deal that should be getting signed today, I think that would put us at 1.5.
Listen, Josh cracks a joke here. Got to ignore Justin's $1,000 wonder in Detroit, but
We did not.
that includes a $1,000 assignment, a $3,500 assignment. I mean, so those numbers are going to come up. They're going to even out to be a lot larger, closer to nationwide average assignment fee is $17,000. I think we will be higher than that by the end of this. I want to be higher than that by the end of this.
I included 7. Ours was like close to 18.
Yeah.
Listen,
I think bare minimum by the time we're done with this, $2 million. Bare minimum.
I'm including for us doing 2.5 contracts a day. That's what we were averaging, It's kind of what we've been averaging throughout the challenge. And that's signed, not sent.
Right.
A little drop rate, I have in there for us. For those, I actually want to do the numbers now that we're not quite halfway through, but that drop rate, percentage is interesting to me. Where like,
oh, look at this. Mistakes. Hi, Andrea. I was just talking about our podcast that we released this morning and talking about how much the reason why I'm having a great day today starting off is because I actually listened to our interview and I had so much fun with you. But Andrea, she's got a stake in this game, Her VAs are the ones that are doing these batch dialer. Now, I've got to do a better job. I've got 16 contracts out in the interwebs that I need to get signed from Batch Dialer and Integria. But I think we will be able to. Some of those have multiple contracts sent out through the same seller. So I expect to get that caught up pretty quickly. One of the things that I was noticing yesterday is on speed to lead, we sent 8 contracts. The one that is not signed, he's already said he signed with someone else, so we're not going to get that. We have 1 canceled contract, 5 are sold, and then we have 1 in dispositions. So essentially, speed to lead is kind of done right now. There's nothing else for us to do on speed to lead, which is kind of surprising. So I'm going to try to focus on that today because, as you can see, with the 5 deals that we have assigned right there, we have $92,500 in expected profit with 1 more to go. So, and I think we've we spent less than $1,000 with speed to lead so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a phenomenal run. And the other thing I will say, I know for a fact, like there's some people that are setting up consults with Integria. I think, with this challenge and one of the things that I have been so excited about is like going back to what I said this morning, we're resetting our habits. Well, we have, and we love every single one of our VAs from Integria. We have one that's like literally looking for like an additional job just to kind of like mix it up with like in our company. So I'm thinking here like last week, and I'm thinking, okay, like we probably haven't even gotten to the point where we're super intentional about the calls that they're making. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was thinking to myself, I should have a conversation with you on that because, that I feel like when we got closer to the halfway mark, we'd be like, okay, let's have, let's pull a list here, 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 and here for our VAs. And those are the numbers. So I am super interested to see what happens when we do a little target mission, you know?
I agree. I mean, I do think we have had the VAs a little bit on autopilot.
They have been on autopilot. And that's why she even brought that up because, and in my head, and I'm not even going to lie, and I don't know if you know, I don't think I told you this yet, that she messaged me. And I was literally thinking, like, I should see if she can do some of like my social media, you know, too, in my head, just to give her, you know, even if she doesn't already have that skill set, or even if she hasn't been trained in that kind of thing, like, you know, these are people like they're literally a part of our team. Like, I want to keep them forever and ever. Amen. And so I want them to be fulfilled. Like, we talk every day. There is nothing like that. I literally, I can't say enough good things.
I want to bring up a point that you're talking about there because I probably haven't done a good enough job kind of singing our VA's praises here, but
I do every day.
of all of the calls that I've placed, which I mean we're literally talking about probably at this point tens of thousands of calls through 22 days. There has never been a time where I spoke to a seller from a cold call lead where they were kind of like, yeah, I mean, I didn't like your VA. I didn't like how they talked to me or anything like that. It's always been positive, which is so rare with VAs. So shout out to our VAs, man. They're awesome people. I'm so proud to have them on my team. And obviously the results help with that. You know, I mean, this is a results-oriented business, and they have continuously been able to produce for us. Same thing with all of our other lead sources. I saw a post by Tiffany High this morning, which I love. Tiffany, you know, great operator and real estate investor out of Columbus, Ohio. She said that last week they locked up, I think, 9 deals as a company, and they came from 8 different lead sources. And what she said in there is if you're only relying on one marketing channel, then you're operating a dying business. And I could not agree more.
Oh my God.
And
Right?
and then she talked about the fact that, hey, the days of texting or just texting and just cold calling are over, which is hilarious because those are our 2 main marketing channels for a while. And but the pivot that we have made because of exactly what Tiffany is talking about, and we're seeing it here with these numbers. I mean, you're seeing the cold calling still works, but YouTube ads bringing us 35 contracts, PPC bringing us 8 contracts. Our website, which is SEO only because there's no PPC being run to that website, has brought us 2, and then 6 contracts from brand, from content, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, doing that on a daily basis. It's not about just selling education. It's not just about selling the crucible. It brings us deals. And so it's important for you to understand that what we're showing you, you know, I see someone in here ask the question, Nicholas said, hey, I had a meeting with Lead Solo. How much, in your opinion, should I have budgeted going into it? Well, one thing is be prepared to not solely just do Lead Solo, okay? Now, if you can only afford Lead Solo right now, great choice, all right? Clearly, that has worked for us. Nicholas, I'll give you an idea right now. What I am averaging is about a contract per like 6.7 Lead Solo leads. Okay. So if you think that you are good on the phones and analyzing deals, then you should be able to run pretty close to those numbers. And then from there, once you start closing deals, it's just kind of a revolving door of like, hey, send me 10 more leads. Send me 10 more leads. And you need to be dedicated to it. The other thing is that this is not a one dial and done. I mean, I am constantly following up with these all day, every day. I mean, we talked to a seller yesterday that I've been calling for 3 weeks every single day. And it was suddenly like, no big deal. Like, yeah, I need to sell. Life goes on for the sellers. They're not just sitting there waiting on our call. So be dedicated to it and be prepared to do a ton of follow-up. I have 5 to 10K I'm willing to put in this, $100 a lead. So I'm thinking I get some contracts for running out of money. Absolutely. If you have that much, if you go spend $5,000, which is essentially half of your budget, you need to make sure, like my perfect setup, Nicholas, would be Privy, Lead Zolo. Privy for comps, Lead Zolo for the leads. You're ready to rock and roll, so you're spending what? $100 a month on Privy, and then you're spending $100 a lead. I think that you are going to be able to rock and roll. If you spend that and you get 50 leads, you should easily be able to get 5 contracts out of that. And if you average what we're averaging right now, which is $13,000 an assignment, then what is that? You're 50, 60 something $1,000. I mean, that's a 10x return. So Kenneth said, took 50 calls for someone I work with to get them to sign up for a service. It just wasn't a pressing issue for them until they were ready. Listen, I think at the end of the day, this is about the consistency. The consistency when you buy in and you say, hey, I'm going to do Lead Zolo or speed to lead or cold calling or texting or mailing, whatever it is, you are going to have to be consistent to breed results. Nicholas says, I use batch and prop stream for comps now. I have VAs, but a majority of my calls, they aren't looking for a quick cash sale. I think Lead Zolo will have more motivated sellers. I absolutely agree. They are more motivated. You're also, Nicholas, here's what's going to happen. You're going to have the people that are just straight retail, and then it's going to be a lay down. That's what Lead Zolo is going to give you. So, Cassie, I know you and I were talking this morning about some of the calls that I need you to place. Just going to touch a base. Are you going to do some of those on the live or no?
I'm sure I've got plenty I can do on live.
Okay. I didn't necessarily think some
if you filter out things assigned to me on the leads board, like there's a lot of deals we can make offers on. It's just several of them are package deals and kind of, in my opinion, could use a lower price. So I was kind of letting them season a little bit, letting them sip on it.
I got you. Nicholas asked, do you ever try to do a novation for the more retail people, or do you only do cash sales? So we absolutely do novations. We have one that what I was just talking about. It's kind of almost a reverse novation when I think about it, where we are buying the house. Actually, I don't even know if we call it a novation. It's a very creative deal. We're buying it at a very low price so she can get cash in our pocket, and then 10% of the purchase price. So we're going to sell it for $575. So we're guaranteed $57,500 plus Cassie's commission on it. So that was the arrangement on that one. We had another one that was right in Eric Brewer's backyard, so we just referred that one over to him so he could do a novation. That's another thing, Cassie. You need to follow up with Eric on that lead with Leo to see how that conversation went. We've had a couple that we've pitched novation to. And we'll absolutely do. I'm not going to do it a lot, though. I'll be honest with you. I mean, some of these, when it's like it's a $300,000 house, they have no motivation, they just want to sell. It's like, okay, go get you $300,000. We don't need to get interjected in that. So, who else we got here? We got Randy and Lisa. They loved their tombstone visit, and they're in the middle of New Mexico watching cows graze. Love it.
I'm so happy that you loved the Tombstone visit. I was trying to explain this to RJ whenever I went. I was like, it is so not what I expected. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely stinking loved it. I think for me, like, I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, what would have like actually changed it and made it like better? I'm not even gonna lie. I think what it was, I really wanted there to be like a few different types of like businesses, and I really wanted a better t-shirt shop, and I'm not even gonna lie about it.
You really just wanted Doc Holliday to walk around the corner.
Yeah.
And say, I'll be your Huckleberry.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
With
What's up, Jamie?
Boots with the Spurs too.
All right. Angel, good morning. Steve, the Michigan, a great hockey play.
Fact. Thanks, Steve.
Correct. We are in Minnesota today.
Maybe he was watching both.
Yeah.
Because he missed yesterday. Regardless, though, the OK Corral, and this is what I told RJ. I don't feel like RJ would have loved Tombstone necessarily. I'm a geek out on it no matter what. We drank at the bar. We went and we saw. I mean, just I loved the OK Corral for me. Like seeing that was super interesting, and going through and like seeing like, you know, and around the corner came and reading all the stuff and like all that. It was just so much smaller than I anticipated. But it's beautiful country out there, so I know you guys are enjoying the ride and the view. Like I loved that we drove from here all the way to Tombstone and then up to the Grand Canyon. It's just there's a lot of mountains. Well, mountains. It depends on where you're from.
So Nicholas says, if I had 10K, what would I do with it? If I had $10,000, I would sign up for Privy because I think it's the best comping out there. I don't even open prop stream and batch unless it's a vacant land or a condo.
Time out. There's places that they don't have comps in Privy, so
I haven't run into the issue yet.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm sitting here and that sucks for you. I mean, you found somewhere. I don't run into it. So I would have Privy, and then I would do 5,000 lead Zolo, give me 50 leads, and then I would cherry pick some speed of leads. I'd spend $99 on speed of lead for the coupon club, and then I'd wait for them to send me a deal that says every lead's $3 up to 35 leads, or every lead is $10, and then I'd go buy me another 30 of that. And the next thing you know, you got 80 plus leads that you're just blasting. And the next thing
that's what I was going to say too about Privy is like when you choose speed to lead, when you go and do Zolo, be cognizant of the market's comps before you buy those leads. You see what I'm saying? Because that is literally like a pristine, chef's kiss, magical setup.
Yeah. All right. I'm ready to get started for the day. Are you ready?
See, I told you Steve H was watching both, and the number 22 also.
He also just brought the Johnny Ringo quote.
Yeah. I got two guns.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to have to go watch Tombstone now.
Bro, we're going to get the TV from Woodhaven this weekend. I'm going to just stream. I'm just going to roll Tombstone in here all day long now. You've asked for it.
Nicholas, we use InvestorLift for dispositions. Everything that we use has a link down below in the show notes. So you can see that. All right, guys. Say bye to Cassie. Y'all see her
See you guys
shortly.
in a bit.
All right, let's unveil the land of 10,000 lakes and the North Star logo. Bam! Not gonna lie, it's why I wore my blue today, so I could match our Minnesota logo. It's a good one. Not gonna lie, it's a good logo. It's one of my favorites. I know I say that a lot, but I feel it. I got my desk phone back too, so pretty excited. And I got my pen back with ink. Today is going to be a pretty epic day. Just feel it in my bones.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Denise Peterson is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
So, Nicholas, to give you an idea, everything I'm going to be calling on right now is going to be lead Zolo.
Who's this?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Katy, Texas that you entered on my website. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. You still looking to sell that property?
Yeah, I was looking to see how much I can get for it. Just curious.
Okay. So you're not necessarily selling it. You just kind of want to get an idea of what it's worth.
No, I mean, that's my plan to sell it. I just want to know what it's worth. Yeah.
Okay. When are you thinking about selling it?
Well, in the next 2 to 3 months.
Okay. Well, just being honest with you, I mean, I could give you an idea now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be what we can offer you in 3 months. You know, there's a lot of moving parts there with what's happening with interest rates and our economy and stuff like that. So I can give you an idea of what I could offer you today, but just like I said, I don't know if that's going to stand 3 months from now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand.
So it's a owner-occupied property, right?
Yep.
And what's the condition like?
It's perfect, man. It's a new build.
When was like 2022 or 2023 or what?
The ending of 2022.
Gotcha.
She's less than a year old.
Gotcha. What's got you looking to sell it so fast?
Just like I said, curiosity and to see where I'm at.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me look up some information because I don't have anything on it. It's a 2,700 square foot, 4-bed, 3.5 baths.
Yep. And office space. I don't know if that matters.
Okay. I mean, from an investor standpoint, I mean, if it's a brand new house and there's nothing wrong with it, I mean, we're not going to offer you what the house is worth, especially at like this price point, because I mean, we're obviously our only exit strategy is turn around and resell the property. So I mean, looking at it, it looks like what you paid somewhere in the range of like $420 for it.
No, 456.
456. Okay. I mean, it's probably still worth that. You have some other properties around there that are older that have sold for less. But like, if that's the going rate for those properties, then that's probably what it's still worth. I mean, realistically, your best option would be just to list it with a realtor to try to get that 456 number again. But I mean,
it's brand new. Like, you would rather buy something that's messed up, or like, how does that work?
Well, if I'm buying a house that's worth $456,000 for $456,000, how do I make money?
Because they're constantly building new houses there. In this community, wouldn't that raise the property in a little while? Or
I mean, but there's no. Well, all I'm saying is you have a $450,000 house. I mean, all I'm going to do is say, well, I can't offer you $450 because that's what it's worth. So I'm just going to pay you a lot less than what it's worth. I mean, because I have to make money with my money, you know, and that's what I do. That's how I feed my family. So this is just not a good fit for us. I mean, it's brand new built 2 months ago, you know.
all right, have a good one. Thank you.
All right. I don't know what that guy thought. I don't know what he thought all across the board. That's like one of the very few downfalls to inbound leads, the curiosity ones. Just curious. I mean, Nicholas, do you really want to do business with that guy?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 313820 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Longfellow Street. You entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Bye-bye. I mean, listen, that was a Texas lead, so we could have easily just said we could list it ourselves for him. Cassie's a licensed realtor, so we could have got a listing out of it. But at the end of the day, I don't really understand why he's wanting to sell. I don't understand if he even wants to sell. And if he just bought the house, he's probably negative on equity, which means does he even have the ability to sell? Like, is he really going to be wanting to write a check to sell the house that he just had built? Hey, is Mark there? Hey, Mark, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Bayleaf Court. How you doing?
Pretty good.
You had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Is that correct?
Yep, possibly.
All right. How much you looking to get for it?
I was looking at
210.
210.
All right. And it's owner occupied, right?
Yeah.
What's the condition like?
Yeah, well, it just had a new roof put on. Just had new replacement windows put in, new gutters with gutter guards, new walk-in shower.
So it's in really good condition?
Yeah, it's pretty good condition.
Gotcha. So looking in the area, inside of a quarter mile, looks like the highest sold property there sold for 210. Is that how you came up with that number?
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm an investor, so that's not a good fit for me, you know.
Right.
Not much I can do. Not much I can do with that.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
leave your message for
Ken Morrison.
Hey, Ken, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Small Cedar Drive. You entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
the Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Bancroft Glen. You entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. You could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Gail Johnson.
Is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 630885 is not available.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Glen Eagles Court that you entered on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Transfer them over to your house.
Okay. Hello, this is RJ.
Hello, how you doing, RJ? This is Michael Francis.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Tired, man. I'm tired.
I
How
feel,
you doing?
I feel you. Sane. We're not supposed to be tired. It's a short week, only 4 days.
You know what? I realize as you get older, the days get shorter and longer at the same damn time.
Yeah, I feel that. So you reached out about your property here on Bancroft Glen, right?
Yeah, because I was curious to see what number you guys would come back with. Go play. I was curious to see what number you guys would come back with.
I got you. Is it listed on the MLS right now?
Yeah, it is, but I'm taking it off.
Okay. Why are you taking it off?
I don't like the agent that's trying to sell it.
Gotcha. Well, let's see here. I got pictures. 3,400 square feet. You got a comp at 550 that sold in February in 22 days. Is a little bit newer. I mean, this is kind of a unique situation because I mean, one, you're listed on the MLS, and so we don't necessarily buy listed properties. Two,
Unlisted?
yeah, we don't. I mean, we don't really buy listed properties, which you're still currently listed. The other thing is your house is in really good shape, and it looks like you're trying to get full retail, which I don't blame you. But we're investors, so
Right.
that's.
For sure, sir.
I mean, that's really not a good fit for us. I mean, unless you're just motivated to want to sell for less than what your house is worth for some reason. I mean, normally it depends. I mean, there's a couple different ways that we could do it. I mean, just a straight cash offer to make it quick. That's going to be a lot steeper of a discount. You know, that's where you're looking at, you know, we're going to want to be 20-25% less than what market is. So that's like a steep discount at this price point. If you don't need the money immediately, but you just want to be done with it, we could do what's called a novation, where we could take a lot less money on it, where we come in, we handle the selling of the property and everything like that. Where, you know, in that case, we're probably looking at more of like somewhere in the range of $45,000 for us to come in and handle that. So if that's something that you'd want to do, I mean, we could explore the option.
To be broken down, because I'm trying to understand 40-45% of what exactly?
No, $45,000 is what we would want to make to do that. So essentially, what we're going to do is take over the property and make sure it gets sold, make sure all the inspection items and everything like that. It just really depends on your motivation. I mean, if it's just like, I want to get as much money out of it.
You know what I mean?
What's that?
What's the benefit of the last one he was talking about?
To just be done with it, and then you know you're going to get your money.
Oh, so I pretty much, instead of paying a realtor, I'll be paying you guys.
Well, no, we're still going to have to pay a realtor. I mean, it's essentially just like, hey, I sucked at finding a realtor. I don't want to deal with this. This is a pain in my butt. I want to move. I got other things to deal with. Like, all of those are the reasons why somebody would want to do that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I need to understand if you have that sort of motivation. If you don't, then I
don't see how that makes sense. So pretty much I'd be paying the realtor fee.
Right.
And then I'll be paying you guys another 40. So I pretty much walk away with nothing.
If that's how much you owe on the property, then yeah.
No. I'm actually pretty good. There's a lot of upside with the property. But I'm just trying to understand. I get why you're making the comments you're making. I just wanted to understand in detail, like, why were you making it? Because I didn't understand. I'm not like, I do real estate full time. You know what I mean? I have no clue about the loopholes and things of that nature.
Right. So my thing is like, the number one way for you to get the most amount of money for your property is by listing it on the MLS, which you already have that. And I get it. Maybe you don't like the realtor and you don't think the realtor is doing a good job or whatever. But the reality of it is majority of the time, just being listed sells the property itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, the realtors don't really sell properties per se. They're more about pushing communication back and forth.
You know what it is? If my realtor lives, I want to say about 40 miles away.
Uh-huh.
So if anybody asks about the property, it's they're calling, not you bringing people that come into your office. You know what I mean? Trying to close a deal or looking to buy a home.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, listing agents don't necessarily sell the property. The buyer's agent, who represents the buyer, says, hey, have you checked out 2984 Bancroft? Look at these pictures. You want to go see it? And then they go show it. That's why they earn 3% of the commission.
That's one way to do it, right? That's one way to do it.
That's literally like almost all of my house. I've sold thousands of houses have been sold. I mean, very rarely does my agent sell the house. It's almost always someone saw it and they say that's in my neighborhood. They've already been represented by the buyer. They have their own agent and then they come see it. So I get why you're frustrated because you've been on the market for 89 days, which by the way is the second highest days on market in your neighborhood. The only other one that was on the market for longer was on Iroquois Road. Sold for $400,000. It was on the market for 119 days. And now you've got fresh competition that's at a lower price.
Just down the block.
Right.
Right down the block. But see, the difference with those houses and mine is I have a finished basement.
Right.
You know, a lot of these places don't even have the finished basement. It's just 2 floors or 3. You know what I mean? So it's a different kind of size home.
Right.
So I've had people come over. Like it's a lot of interest. The problem is, are you gonna? If you're competing with a 4-bedroom and you have, like, I have 6 bedrooms here, but because one doesn't have a window, it's considered 5.
Right.
It's like considered a room. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you really bet in 5 bedrooms against 4 bedrooms. It's you know what I mean? Like it's just who the person's preference, in my humble opinion.
No, I agree. I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong with your house. I mean, I think it's got good pictures. You know, I mean, maybe there's a few little touch-ups here and there that I can see, but the reality of it is it's going to come down to, does someone want this size of a house? And do they want to spend that much money? Or are they okay with 4 bedrooms and spending $100,000 less for less square footage?
That's it. Yep. And that's the problem. So it for me, you know, I'm living in it. So it's like, okay, cool. But
right.
I had a big family. I have 5 kids and a fiance. So it's like, I need this size house, but not everybody has that size or can afford that size house.
Right.
So I'm learning the game as I go. And what I'm being told from a bunch of people is, because your real estate agent isn't from your neighborhood, it's going to be hard to them to bring people in there. So as they're telling me that, I'm also looking at your guys' website. So I'm like, okay, let me give you guys a call and see what's going on.
Who is telling you that? Local realtors?
Friends that do real estate in New York.
I gotcha. Well,
2 different markets.
Yeah, I mean, here's my thing. I'm not big on realtors playing a huge impact on a property selling. Just be honest with you. Like, I mean, from my opinion, most realtors I don't have a ton of respect for. It's a very easy profession to get into. You essentially take 2 weeks of classes and 1 test, and then you're a licensed realtor. That doesn't mean you're an expert in anything. It just means you understand how to fill out certain forms and not get sued. More of their training is about what they can't do and how they, don't misrepresent you, the fiduciary duty and certain stuff like that. They're not salespeople. They don't know how to actually, I mean, some of them are, but the vast majority of them are just, in my opinion, pretty worthless. I mean, so from that, I don't think changing a realtor is going to change the result here. I think more than anything, you probably need to look at a potential price drop as a solution, to generate some traction. I mean, on a daily basis, how many showings are you having?
Maybe once or twice a week.
Yeah. So what that means to me is that when people are looking in the area, they think you're overpriced or they don't like something about your house.
Right.
It has nothing to do with, whoever your listing agent is. Because to be honest with you, if I were wanting to buy a house in Kennesaw, Georgia, and I want to be in this neighborhood, I don't care who's listing your house. I'm never going to talk to that person. She's going to have zero impact over it whatsoever, besides the fact that when my realtor sends in our offer or we have questions, if they communicate back. So
That's all that matters to you.
that's it. I mean, because I already got my agent. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to come look at your house. If I want to buy it, I'm going to write you up an offer for $500,000. How quickly does your agent present that offer to you? How quickly do you counter? How quickly are we negotiating back and forth? Those things are important on a time standpoint. But reality of it is everything else. I mean, you've already filled out a seller's disclosure, right? So that seller's disclosure is available for the buyers to see. So really, we don't even have a ton of questions to ask your agent. I mean,
if we like the house, we're just getting it. If we don't, then we're not.
Right. What is she going to do? She's not going to do anything. You know, she can follow up and ask like, hey, what's your feedback? If we don't already go and do that, which by the way, that also is automatically done through the services that the realtors use. It sends my realtor saying, hey, do you have feedback about your showing? So has your realtor showed you the feedback report on your property?
No.
So you should ask for that. Like, hey, can you go in and look at what the feedback has been from the other realtors based off the showings? Or can you go back and the last 5 showings we've had, ask those realtors why they didn't make offers? What about was it price? Was it condition? Was it location?
You know what? When she does say that, boss, it's usually, it's all over the place. Someone's looking for the size, but the bedroom on the first floor. Then one said the kitchen was too small.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's whoever's preference.
Well, I mean, that, to be honest with you, that's part of the problem with the price, right? A $300,000 buyer is a lot less picky than a $535,000 buyer.
All right. See, okay, I get that all the way.
And then imagine what $1 million buyer is like. You know what I'm saying? So as you go on price points, days on market go higher because everybody's more picky. Whoever's buying this is probably not their first house. You know what I'm saying? This is like second or third house. And so they're like, this is going to have to be an improvement. So yeah, that person came and said, well, I love everything about it, except that kitchen is that's the same kitchen I have. You know, I want a bigger kitchen. Or, well, who's going to sleep in that bedroom? We don't want to put Johnny down here in this bedroom down here on the bottom floor. You know, that's where it does become a little bit sticky. You know, I mean, listen, there's things that they could do, open houses, marketing and stuff like that. Open houses only generate opportunities for that realtor to get more listings in the neighborhood. They don't sell houses. They do it for themselves. Okay. And then marketing, the best marketing source out there is what you're already on, which is the MLS.
Right.
So, I mean, you're kind of just in a position right now that if you really want to generate more traffic, I think you need to do a substantial price drop.
What do you think, like just a straight half?
I mean, no, I'd say what are we competing against, right? You're competing against a 435 and a 450, but they're significantly less than you. So they're at, I mean, I think if you went down to 499, that would be, you'd probably be done in a weekend. If you don't want to go down that much, you know, maybe you could go down to 524, you know, stair step it, you know, I mean, but you don't want to look, you just went down 15,000, 10 days ago. Did that generate traffic?
You know what? When we did that right around Memorial Day weekend. There wasn't, and since it's been from then to now, maybe 3 people came.
So again, maybe it's just, you're still not at the right price, because it makes no sense to me. Okay, if I saw a house listed for 500,000 that I was willing to pay $475 for, I'd still go see it, and I would offer $475,000 without batting an eyelash because I'm an investor. I do this for a living. People that don't do this for a living don't like to do that. So they have a problem with it. It's hilarious. You know how many times I've gone from having a house listed for $510,000 and I drop it to $499 and then immediately it sells. And it's like, well, shit, what for the past 30 days, why didn't you just offer me $500,000? I would have accepted it, you know? Right. So sometimes it's just more of like a mental game, you know? There's a reason why people sell stuff, like stores sell stuff for $1.99 and $9.99 instead of $2 and $10, you know?
Right. You know what? This is my first house, but my first time also selling one, you know?
Right.
I really did this. I didn't think this through. I'm originally from New York, so I came here right after COVID.
Right.
So I was able to get out the house. I got into a house, not realizing that I have 5 kids and need mom and dad around. You know what I mean?
Right.
I need the grandma and grandpa to be around, and aunts and uncles and cousins, because it's a village to raise kids.
Absolutely.
So for me, I'm like, at this point, you might as well move back to New York. That's why I'm even selling the home. It wasn't for nothing else other than that. Just, you know,
right.
No babysitter, just little things. So as I'm doing this, there's no manual to anyone telling you how to sell a home or even how to buy property. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, trust me, dude. I mean, I literally do this for a living, and I sit here and I like, my kids are homeschooled because of COVID, but now it's not because of COVID anymore. It's because I don't want my kids taught the things that they teach in schools. I want my kids taught about what is credit, how do you buy real estate, and how do you leverage real estate to become wealthy. Like, those are things that matter, you know? And so I completely agree, because do you know how many times I end up talking to people about these deals where it's a very similar conversation like what you just had, and they're like, I just want to be done because I didn't know what I was doing when I bought real estate. And so now I just want to get rid of it. And it makes me sad almost, because it's like, well, it can be leveraged to make you money, but because you're so emotionally upset about the process because you just didn't know what you were doing, you want to be done with it, as if real estate is the bad thing. And it's like, no, it's more about lack of education. The fact that we don't teach people how to do this, which is crazy, because it's literally like the one thing every person needs is a place to live.
You know what it is too, boss? Is a lot of people are not really buying homes often.
Right.
Credit's messed up, and then even for me, we have to put at least $25,000 down.
Right.
Who's saving that? You know what I mean? Like, that's not like something that just comes out of the blue.
Right.
Someone had to educate you before you even picked up a bank account.
Right.
You had to know how to maneuver, how to work, how to save, stay in. Just because you can afford $500,000 don't mean you need $500,000. In fact, at $500,000, if you can afford, you need to start at $3,000. Like, that stuff wasn't taught to me. I had to learn by failure.
Dude, I saw an article the other day. Now, it was a poll done, and I don't know how many people were in the poll or where the poll was run, but it's still a shocking number. On the poll, 79% of the people that got polled in it said they do not want to own a home in the United States. I feel
that way too, though. I'll be honest with you.
But see, think about that though. You're gonna have to have a house. You're gonna have to live somewhere. So,
but you know what? There's so many rental properties now, boss. You'll find something.
I know, but think about this, okay? If I'm your landlord, because that's what I do, I rent properties to people, okay? You're paying me more than what I'm paying the bank to own that, guaranteed.
Right.
So you're paying down my mortgage, and then 10 years from now, when you moved out, you paid a third of my mortgage down. I can now sell that property for hundreds of thousands of dollars that you gave me.
here long enough, yeah.
And
Yeah.
dude, I own a home here in Fort Worth, Texas that I bought in 2016, and it has more than doubled in value just in the time that I've owned it. Not because I paid down the mortgage, but just it went from a $200,000 house to it's almost a $500,000 house now.
Yeah, because it grew over time. That's true.
So I hear that you might not want to own, but listen, you're talking to a guy that really believes in owning real estate. And in the
You know what? I do too, but everywhere where I want to live is just super expensive.
well, yeah, that's because you want to go back to New York.
Even here in Georgia.
What city in New York?
Long Island.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Long Island. So not only is that, you get your high taxes too.
Right.
So it's not like an easy thing there. So even if you're renting, maybe it'd be cheaper to rent because you don't have to worry about those taxes. So it really just depends on where you're going and who you are working with.
Yeah. Listen, man, my advice to you is the longer that you're on the market, the worse it is in a buyer's eyes. At some point in time, the property becomes stigmatized and people think there's something wrong with it. That's why it hasn't sold. I'd be pretty aggressive with the price drops to get it down to where people are going to buy it. So that's my advice to you. Otherwise, you're just going to be, leading a slow death.
Okay, I'm on it. I appreciate that.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, having a chat with me, and best of luck with everything. Okay.
Yes, sir, man. Good luck.
All right. Bye-bye. I probably shouldn't have talked for that long, but guy needed some help. I see why he priced it where he did, but clearly there's something I can't see in the pictures or something like that why it hasn't sold yet.
Hello?
Hi, is Lee there?
This is Lee.
Hey, Lee, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Autumnwood Drive. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Is that correct?
I don't have any plans to sell the property right now.
Okay. It got entered on my website saying that it was a distressed property and you wanted to sell it.
Okay. I'd be interested because I get a lot of these calls, so I don't know. There's some distress going on, but I'm trying not to sell it.
I gotcha. Yeah, so you would have seen my video on YouTube and then gone to my website and filled it out.
Okay.
Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember a lot of things right now.
Okay. Well, maybe I do a lot of things in real estate, so maybe I can help you out. So what's the situation?
Well, I've got behind, and I've got something called the homeowners assistance fund that I've been trying to work with for it's a government program supposedly, and they have up to $40,000 a person that they'll put towards getting it sorted out. And I've been floating, waiting for some kind of action for almost a year now. So I'm nervous.
Yeah, so the mortgage is behind pretty significant.
Yeah.
Have they started giving you notices about foreclosure dates?
There had been one about 2 months ago, and that was when my first mortgage company was Wells Fargo, and they were working, supposedly waiting for homeowners assistance fund to act, and then the homeowners assistance fund wasn't acting, and they began foreclosure proceedings and transferred the loan to another loan servicer called Specialized Loan Servicing, I think. And so the foreclosure was supposedly proceeding, and then they realized that they'd done that during the two month don't do that period.
period in between. And so they pulled that. And also, as it got into foreclosure was when that's supposedly what finally triggers the homeowners assistance fund to do some action. And now so much of the only thing they've done is ask for more time. They haven't made any efforts or any progress on actually saying whether they'll do anything or not.
So if they gave you the $40,000, would that catch up what you're behind on?
Yes. Yeah.
And then you would be okay moving forward? Like you have enough money to make the monthly payment?
I think I'd be able to do it then.
So I guess let me ask you this. What happens if they don't give you the $40,000?
That's unclear. I may figure it out and I may not.
All right. Well, how can I help you?
I have no idea. I'm not sure what website or what time frame that I was visiting it.
Probably last night.
Very interesting. I was watching a video from Robert Kiyosaki last night. Maybe that's how it linked in somehow.
Yeah, it was probably the ad before that video. Probably said something along the lines of like, do you need to sell your house fast for cash? Because yeah, I mean, it gave me your name. I got your email, phone number. Said when sell ASAP, reason distressed property.
Wow. Okay. I don't know how that got clicked because I didn't mean to do any of that. I was wanting to listen to the lecture, but I was also trying to cook at the same time. So maybe I did something dumb.
I mean, it gave me a lot of information. So, I mean, so you're not interested in selling at all, right? I mean, that's like not a.
I'm interested in selling if I lose the effort to save the house, then I don't want to give it away. So that's the interest in selling part. I don't want to just lose it, but I really have tried very hard to figure out how to get this other thing to work. And then I wouldn't.
Right.
So,
I mean, like, how much? Let me ask you this, and just see if it could even be a potential solution for you. If you were to say, I got no other options and I want to sell it, how much would you want for the property?
well, that's been my biggest problem is that the house got damaged years ago. So I would want to sell it for market value of a house like it in my neighborhood, which is rated very high. But I don't think I'm there. So they're listing it as $500,000 on Zillow, or more than $500,000. So I would guess a minimum $400,000. I mean, I don't know.
What when you say it got damaged, what got damaged?
It had a pipe burst in the attic years ago. So there's things that I just haven't fixed since then. Like one room, the ceiling drywall got damaged and some of it fell down, and then basically I closed off that room and closed off the ductwork, and it's just like abandoned property inside my house in the interim. So things to fix when things are better, and I just haven't got around to it.
Yeah.
So it's not like just off the lot, brand new anymore.
Right. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I agree, if the house was in really good shape, it's a $500,000+ house. But if it needs work, I mean, and you need to sell to an investor, I don't think you're going to be able to get $400,000.
Yeah, and which is what I also believe. That's the reason I'm trying to just figure out how, trying to push off one thing at a time to get back to get everything sorted out. Anyway, and I appreciate all your time. I'm just feel awkward in that I didn't know I put in a request for you to take your time.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Well, I guess I don't want to, because you are kind of the person that we do help. I mean, it's like you have a physically distressed property and there's financial distress there on being in pre-foreclosure. So I don't want to say, all right, well, best of luck, because I mean, we might be a solution for you later on down the road. So, I mean, would you like for me to follow up with you like in a month to see if you've gotten the situation figured out?
I guess, sure. My difficulty is that I'm sure I've talked to other people because I've gotten hundreds of these little letters. I get lots of letters even today. Oh, we see that your house was foreclosed. Maybe we can help you recover it. And it was foreclosed and sold, and they had it on the books, and it came off the books, and so everybody figures that it was sold, and that I might be trying to recover it. So I get a lot of people calling, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to keep yours straight. Sorry to say, but I'm intrigued in how a lot of things are happening this year. I'm getting near 65, and so I've got constant calls from Medicare telling me to change my plan, and I said, but I don't have a plan yet. And but I mean, it's amazing how many calls I get. I don't even know how I get on these lists.
Well, it's triggers. I mean, your house going into foreclosure is public records. So once that goes in there, every real estate investor and every realtor can just pull that up and see that your house is in foreclosure. And the reality of it is, majority of the time, people feel helpless in this situation. They don't think that there's anything they can do because it's like you said, there was a pipe that burst and you're in foreclosure. Some people just give that house back to the bank when they could have easily just sold it to a real estate investor, because that's what we do for a living. Same thing with the Medicare. I mean, those companies are just going to be triggered by your age, and all they're doing is just trying to make a living, I mean, I don't have to follow up with you. I mean, it sounds like you've got plenty of options there.
Well, I don't know if I have any good options. I'm offered options, and I'm putting them off with the hope that the one good option will follow through. But it is the government, so they haven't got a very good track record. On this project particularly, it's just like, how many months before they can say anything? I just don't understand. It was last summer that all my paperwork was done, and they said, okay, you're at step 4. The next one is where we will now evaluate you, and then you'll get your money. And that's been floating forever.
Do you mind me asking how much you owe on your mortgage?
I don't know the specifics today because it is increasing, but 15,000, not a terribly big number.
Oh man. Like that would be tragic if you lost your house to foreclosure. You have a potentially $500,000 house, and
Right.
and you hardly owe anything to the bank.
That's true.
Like,
No, that's not. Okay, that's my arrears.
oh,
The amount I owe totals about 80.
but still, I mean, it still stands.
A lot less, and that's the trick is, that if I fixed it up, then it'd be worth maybe $450, $500. So, but if it's not coming anywhere near that because they don't fix it up, and I'm not fixing it up because I don't have any money, that's what's very frustrating.
Okay. What is the emotion like? Why do you want to stay in this house?
Mostly because I feel that if I didn't have my house, that I wouldn't know where to go. Specifically, my sister has an apartment, and it's a horrible apartment. It's a 1-bedroom apartment, and she has to spend $1,400 a month for it. So, I mean, my mortgage is half that when I was paying it. So, you know, it's like if I lose this, then I'm even worse off.
Yeah, but if you sold your house, you could literally have hundreds of thousands of dollars to go buy a new house with.
Yeah.
So you don't have to go rent a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, you could go get a nice house that you're not in foreclosure. You're not worried about fixing a, water damaged property. You could go get something that is a brand new start for you with the equity that you've built over the years of owning this. How long have you owned this? You've owned it for, I mean, I like legitimately, I would be, I don't even know you, but I would be sad for you if you lost this to foreclosure.
Yeah. I don't believe I will, but if I do something wrong, I might.
I mean, when was the last time you made a payment?
About a year ago.
I mean, you're like treading on, some
On very thin ice.
Yeah, I mean, oh man. Geez,
What state are you in?
I'm in Texas,
Okay.
but we do deals all across the country. I mean, this is what we do. I know you don't know me and you probably don't care about my opinion, but can I share it with you?
Okay.
I think you should sell the house. I think you should sell the house and you could probably walk away with well over $200,000 probably, and go find you something in a brand new start. I'm assuming you probably don't need this size of a property anymore either. So you can probably find something a little bit smaller, easier for you to take care of, and relieve this stress from your life. I mean, unless there's just like an emotional attachment to the house where it's like, this is my home and I want to stay here for the rest of my life, I get that. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not going to have the money if you're looking for the government to come in and bail you out of being in arrears and fix the foreclosure, and then on top of that, you have to come in and do the work to fix the property up. I mean, it feels like a lot of financial effort to just save a house when you have a ton of equity that you could literally go get something new to start over that you don't have to worry about any of those issues. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Like, if you were my mom or my dad, I would tell you the exact same thing. Like, no, you need to just get rid of this. You've earned the right to do that with your equity. That's my opinion. Like, use it. It's just dead money sitting there right now. And legitimately, I'd be scared to death that someone at the bank is going to look and say, yo, hey, did you realize that this is like a $500,000 house and this guy only owes us like $65,000, $80,000, but he hasn't paid us in a year? Banks don't care about you. Banks care about making money. I mean, that would be my biggest fear right there. Because they foreclose on you. What are you going to do then? You got none of your equity, and they tell you get the hell out of there.
Well, that's probably very accurate, and I just expect that this program would work out, but I also have to realize that it's not working out yet.
And again, Lee, my point is, even if it does work out, that realistically doesn't solve all of the problems. That just stops the foreclosure. You're still at a property that needs repairs done to it, that then financially you got to figure out how to do that. And my point in all of this is, even if that's the case, you have dead money just sitting there in the property. Like you have equity that you could do something with.
Okay.
Like my mom is just over 70 years old. So similar to your circumstance, right? If this were my mom, I would tell her the exact same thing. Mom, take your $200,000, $250,000, whatever you can get out of this house. Go buy you a house for $250,000 that's more suitable to your lifestyle, smaller, easier for you to take care of, in great shape. And now you own it free and clear, and you don't have to worry about a bank taking it away from you. And the stress is gone, and you're not worried about fixing up the house or anything like that. Enjoy life. Not worry about these problems that you've got going on and trying to salvage some sticks and bricks. And I'm a real estate guy. Like I legitimately, I don't ever want to sell any of my houses that I buy or I own. But in this case, man, I can just hear it in your voice. And I don't do this very often. I'm not the empathetic guy. I'm more of the cutthroat person where I just say, hey, this is what I can do. And you probably already heard that in me a little bit earlier. But I don't want you to mess up, man, because if nobody tells you the truth, then you could end up in a real bad position. So that's
all very accurate. I think that possibly checking up in a month, maybe that's an option, but I don't really know how much you can do from a great distance anyway. You're into the selling or the purchase at distressed values, or what do you do?
I'd buy your house. I mean, realistically, I might not be the person that gives you the most money. I'm just going to tell you the truth. You've got 100 phone call or postcards and letters and all of that. You know, realistically, you could call all of those people. Some of those people are going to actually be buyers. Some of those people are going to try to wholesale your property. Who knows? Some people are going to try to, do something creative with you. I think it'll be confusing for you to go through that process, just being honest. My case, I just tell you flat out, this is a dollar amount that we'd be willing to give you for the house, close in it in 2-3 weeks, and you walk away with your cash. And then you're going to have to go find somewhere else to live. That's what we would do. I think at the end of the day, though, you're on a ticking time clock where you've got to figure out something. And like I said, maybe it ends up being this government program. I have done so many deals. I've never heard someone say that they've got $40,000 set aside to save someone from foreclosure. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard of it working. Maybe it's just because I don't pay attention to it or whatnot, but just I haven't seen that be a solution. And I do this for a living. So I personally would be skeptical that that's going to be what saves the day, is that program.
Well, it's pretty much the main thing I've got going right now is that hope that it would work out. But they have stretched me out so far that I don't believe it. And I've been very worried about the extra level of government that they can't handle their own books. So
Exactly. And here's the thing, Lee. Do they actually care about saving your house if they're constantly out there trying to do this for thousands of other people? You're at this point, you become somewhat of a number. If we get to you, we get to you. If we don't, we don't. I mean, I'm not trying to pressure you into anything, Lee. I'm just telling you, like, as adamantly as I possibly can, with as much respect as I can. Like, think you need to sell the house. That's my opinion.
yeah. Now you said that you got my information off of a form that I filled out somewhere on the internet.
Yep.
Yesterday. Do you send me things so that I can try and link all this together? Because if we do talk in a month, if I don't have something to refer to, I will not have any idea. I will have a hard time figuring out.
What could I send you to make if I send you a picture of myself, what
I'm just looking for something so that, you know,
this has to be a fairly memorable conversation.
yeah, a memorable conversation, though. I have memorable conversations from my childhood, and I can remember all kinds of details, and pain is now. You know, the idea is just trying to link all this together so that if I do talk to you in a month, I pick up where we left off instead of starting from square one and saying, what are we talking about?
So,
I mean, other people that are going to call and say, oh, yeah, remember we talked about blank, you know? So I just want to make sure that if we do talk and if it comes to where I'm trying to sell, that I've got some kind of link to it you wanted to do.
what's the best way to send it to you? Email, text message? What's the best way for me to give you information?
Just probably the email about, you know, just what your company is, maybe. I don't know. Just something, so that's something to anchor, you know.
Here's what I'm going to send you. I'm going to send you.
Even though, because I wasn't expecting the call.
I got you. I'm going to send you an email. I'm going to tell you I'm the guy from YouTube. When you were watching Robert Kiyosaki, I'm going to send you a picture of myself so you know who I am. I'm going to send you my company name. And then I'm going to adamantly repeat myself that I am the guy that is proclaiming on May 31st, 2023, that you need to sell this house. And I'll stand by it until that damn government program sends you $40,000.
Well, they would never send 40. They would send up to 40. The program is they'll help you with your arrears.
Right, arrears. So they would give you 15 in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't 15 when I asked for it.
So, oh, jeez. Okay.
I don't know what they'll do if they do anything.
Yeah.
But it can't be over 40, so that if you had 43 that you needed, then it's too bad.
Lee, let me ask you this. Let me ask you an important question here. When was the last time you talked to the mortgage company about how much time you have?
Last week.
And what did they say?
They said we're still in conference with the government program, and they just asked us for more time.
So, but how much time are they giving you?
Oh, they don't give me any time. They're not. It's not me. It's just as long as I'm on this program, then I'm off the list of foreclosure properties.
I see. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes me feel better that they're not just going to come show up one day and be like, you're done. So, all right, Lee. Well, I'm going to send you the email, and then I will follow up with you. But can you save my phone number at least? And if like doomsday comes, you could call me.
Just say it so I can write it down.
Yep. I'm going to give you my cell phone number. Okay.
All right.
It's 817-915-6860. Why don't you just save me as like doomsday? So that way, like if they call you, I will make sure you don't lose your house. Okay. Like at least I could come in and there are things that I know how to do to make sure we could get your house closed before you lose all of your equity. Okay.
All right.
All right, Lee. I'll follow up with you in a month. Okay.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bro, I struggle with people like that because I am such a decisive person. Like I do not struggle with making decisions on things. And like that right there where it's like, bro, I don't know if you understand this, but like your situation is not going to get resolved just because your arrears get caught up. I don't even know how to leave notes on this. All I put was 500K ARV, owes 80K, facing foreclosure, very confused. I mean, I feel terrible for the guy. I mean, that's actually a really good idea, Penn. I am going to do that. That is a great idea. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you saying that I kept it honest in a respectful way, because I tried. Very difficult person to deal with, because I mean, with the starting out of like, I didn't know I did that. I'm getting a ton of these calls. I'm confused. You want to keep it respectful. You don't want someone to like, but I kind of wanted to like shake them and be like, yo, dude, like this is real life. Like I need you to check in the game right now. And I need you to realize that this is like you're standing to lose essentially what you've been for 30 plus years trying to earn the right to do. Unfortunately, that the house falling into physical distress kind of impacts that a little bit, but man, I feel so bad for him. Like, get out of your own way, man. Very unique calls.
Hello?
Hi, is Patty there?
This is she.
Hey, Patty, this is RJ Bates calling about Cameron Canyon Road. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good. You had filled this out on my website saying you're looking to sell. Is that correct?
Right. But you have the address wrong in there.
Okay. Well, what's the address?
Well, it is that number on Cameron Canyon Road, but it's no longer Mojave. It's Tehachapi, California, 93561. I'm sorry. What they did was, our mail always has come out of Mojave. And so it was listed as Mojave, but it's been corrected on the legal records and with the post office. So the correct address is Cameron Canyon Road, Tehachapi, California, with a Mojave zip code, because only the mail comes out of Mojave. It's a rural area.
Okay. All right. Let me do some looking here. How much you looking to get for this property?
Yeah, that's another problem with your website. It wouldn't let me get, it wanted, down to 981 or whatever it was. So I couldn't really zero it in. But I'd like to get, I'm told that it's worth between 380 and 410 were the comps that a local realtor gave me, and wanted to list it. I don't like them. I would really rather not deal with a realtor. So if I could get, 350 probably would be my lowest.
Okay.
And I couldn't describe it on your website, so can I tell you about the property?
You can tell me all about it.
Okay. It's between Tehachapi and Mojave. It's a rural area. You can commute to Los Angeles from there, which is one of the big selling points. It's 10 acres that is subdividable, I think is the correct word.
Okay.
It can be split into 2 5-acre plots. The improvements, I have a 1990 mobile home on a permanent foundation and a detached 1,200 square foot stick-built garage. The house has low E dual pane windows. Were installed in 2013, I think.
When you say the house, is the mobile home the house?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then, around then, I'm not sure exactly the year, but around 2013, metal roofs were put on the house and the garage. and the has a private well that I just had completely reconditioned and is producing just about 7 gallons a minute. All the utilities are underground, so the only power pole on the property is where it comes onto my property. There's a pole where it comes on.
Right.
What else? The house is 1,600 and some odd square feet, and it's a 3-bedroom, 2 baths, all open area. That's a den, kitchen, dining room, and living room. All that's kind of open. What else? That's all I can think of. What else would you want to know?
When I am looking at it from up above on the Google Street,
Yep.
Have you looked at that image before?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, where are you? Because I
What do
say,
you mean, where am I?
well, it.
I'm right here sitting in my
No, I'm talking about where is it? What would I be buying here? So I've got, I see the road, and then I've got right in the middle. I see like 2 white buildings. I'm assuming you're south of that, right?
Well, doesn't it show you when you put in that address? Doesn't it show you the lot lines, the big rectangular?
Well, I just pulled it up on Zillow, and so Zillow just has this Google Maps. At least, let me go.
Oh, and I've never.
Okay, I see it here. I've got it on. I got it on Google Maps. There we go. You are the two. You are the 2 white buildings. There we go.
The ZY building.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was. I guess that's the mobile home, and then you've got the garage.
The garage and shop. Yeah.
Right.
My husband is a welder and a mechanic, and so he had that all set up like the dream man shop.
Right. Okay. Next question. Cameron Canyon Road, and then I guess you're turning into a dirt driveway. Is that correct?
Correct. My property isn't paved at all. It's all dirt. Everybody's is out there.
All right. And then your lot line is right. It almost kind of like comes to a corner at Cameron, and then it's a long rectangle backwards,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And that's 10 acres.
Yes. And something else. That long rectangle, the farthest line from Cameron Road,
Uh-huh.
that goes to the top of a mountain. And from that mountain, if you were to build anything up there, you would overlook a hill across the road from me, and you see all the lights of the Antelope Valley all the way down to Wrightwood. So it's a spectacular, beautiful view from up there.
But you don't own part of the mountain, right?
Yes, I do. That's the top of my 10 acres.
Oh. It's really hard to see. It's hard to imagine that that's a mountain because it all just looks completely flat at what I'm looking at.
No, that's why I wanted to tell you. But I'm going out there tomorrow, and I can take some pictures.
Oh, I just dropped me down. Now I'm looking at it. Okay, so there you are.
And I do have a video of the inside of the house that might be beneficial for you to see. I don't know.
Okay, so no, that's cool. I was actually able to see it. So let's see here. You said 350. So what's got you wanting to sell? I mean, what's the reason why you're looking to sell?
Well, I got this in my divorce, and
Okay.
I had it rented, and my tenants moved out. And I'll be honest with you, because you can't ask, but I'm almost 73, and I love being out there, but I need to be in town. I need to be where services are and all that kind of thing. I'm going to miss the being out there and the quiet. I have great neighbors, and although Cameron Road is a secondary highway, I don't know if you're familiar with that designation, are you?
No,
Okay, where are you located?
I'm in Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, well, out here in Tehachapi, we get 4 seasons, and in the winter, when when we get a snow, the highways, the freeways are designated 1. They're the first priority. Then when the freeways are cleared, then they have a designation 2, and those are secondary highways that are next on the list of being cleared by the highway department. So you have all your major stop and go streets. And Cameron Road, because of where it is if the freeways are open, that's the next highway that they clear so that people can get to work and to get out of the mountains.
Right.
So they get cleared second, and then they hit all the regular streets and all that kind of thing in town. So that's major. When they close the freeways, you can figure that you might be landlocked, whatever landlocked, that's not the right word, but anyway, stuck at home for a couple hours at the most before you can get out because the highway will be cleared and open for you.
Right.
So people here know what that is when you just say in the winter it's a designated secondary highway.
Gotcha.
Okay, but very few people know that it goes through except for the people who work out there, and so there are usually only 15 or 20 cars that go by on Cameron Road in a day. So it's a very peaceful area, even though it's close to the towns.
Can I just say something? Because you brought it up earlier. I just want you to say you are the most youthful sounding 73-year-old I've talked to in a very long time.
Well, I've been in real estate. I was in real estate, and I've always had rentals and property and everything. But I kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So I think that's probably what's coming through. So.
Well, it's also just the fact that you sound very energetic, and I would have never guessed that you were 73, just by the sound of your voice.
Thank you. I only tell you just so that you know that I've been around the block.
Yeah. I just spoke to a gentleman before. He was in his 60s, and it was much different energy vibe. He was downtrodden and, just kind of beaten down about his situation. And then it's like talking to you, you're like, hey, listen, I don't want to deal with realtors. And, this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to come down on the price and not go through a realtor. So realistically, what I'm most interested in here is the 10 acres. I mean, that's a selling point. Like you said, the mountain there, being able to build up on the top there to get the beautiful view. That is intriguing.
And also, I don't know if you have access. You probably have access if you look for it. And I have it somewhere written down, but the zoning on it out there is mobile home, of course, and I think it's called light industrial.
Okay.
So somebody could put up, if they had a tractor and they were willing to cut into that mountain, there's a lot of space there. And here in California, there are a very limited number of places for self-storage and vehicle storage. If I was younger, I'd build something that was just specifically for RVs, motorhomes, boats, and everything for people to store in a covered, secure place. You can hardly find any place
right.
that will take those, because all they want is people to move their boxes in, So they don't have the high doors and the wider doors and all that kind of thing that you would need for, an RV or whatever kind of thing. That's what I would do for it. To me, that's the highest use of the property. And if you lived in the front, you could have it all in the back, and you could see everybody that was coming in and out of there. Have a really nice passive income.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. I see that it looks like this was listed last year, and it didn't sell. What do you think the reason why it didn't sell was?
I can tell you exactly why.
All right, let's hear it.
When I was in real estate in the 70s and 80s, you're too young to know, but people were thrilled during that time to get a 15% loan. It was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got a 15% loan. So we had to really scramble to and make things work and be creative. And in those days, the advertising all was, you had the MLS, of course, but there were advertising. That was my biggest job, was running a real estate office. I had my license, but I didn't like buying and selling. And I wrote all the ads that went in the LA Times for the advertising. Okay, so that's what I know, is the marketing,
Right.
And so when this lady that I had only been the represented me purchasing, so I called her and I said, Annie, I'm going to be selling my property out there. And she said, oh, well, there's a group of 3 of us now that work together. And so you, for the, one for commission price, you'd get 3 people for the price of 1. And so they came out, and the one person, her name was Sue, she looked at my house, and that Elvis look where he lifts his left, one side of his lip like
right.
A bad boy kind of deal.
Yeah.
That's the look that she had on her face. I've seen my house, so I was talking to her while she's looking over my head and looking at my house, and she had that, whatever, it's not a scowl, but that nasty, like, oh, I can't believe that I'm here, look on her face. And I thought, I don't want this person representing me. Well, I got talked into go ahead and do it. Okay, so that was the one thing. In Tehachapi, we have Bear Valley Springs and Stallion Springs, and they're all the hoity-toity equivalent of Beverly Hills, okay? That's not my property. My property is a good old, solid, well-maintained house out in the country, okay?
Right.
So when she sells, a house on land, she wants to have the one that's manicured and has a full-time gardener and a maid's room and all that other kind of crap. That's not my property. I'm sorry. That's just not my property. So I wasn't happy about that. Then the other thing was, I said, well, how do you advertise? And they said, oh, well, all we have to do is put it in the MLS, and then it gets picked up by Homes.com and Zillow and Realtor or whatever, and Hulu, I don't know, but
right.
She named a list. She said there are like 20 things out there, and all we have to do is put it in our MLS, and all these different places connect to it and put it on their listing. And I said, well, I don't really like that. Can't you advertise in the local newspaper and all that kind of thing as well? And they all looked at me like, oh, you're so old. And they said that's not the way that people do it anymore. They said people want to sit down at home and they want to put in a Google, how did she say it? A Google search that says, find me 10 acres in Kern County, commute to Los Angeles, extra large garage or workshop, 10 acres, private well, whatever, all these things that my property is. And she said, the more specific they are that they want, the less listings are because they're only specifically to what your property is. Did I say that right? Did you understand that?
I understood.
Okay. So they said all they have to do is put in, 3 or 4 extra large workshop in Kern County, commute to LA, and your property will come up because there may be only 3 pieces of property in Kern County that meet that criteria. And I thought, well, okay. So I signed the listing. It took them a week and a half from when I signed the listing for them to get it into the MLS. To me, that's ridiculous. Right?
Well, it depends on how long it took him to get the pictures. I mean,
The pictures that 2 days later, the man came out and took the pictures.
okay, then it's ridiculous.
Yes. So, okay, so that's another problem. So then, and the guy took pictures that were, the video went so fast and you couldn't stop it. The video went so fast and he would just show a shot here and then he'd move to another shot and another shot. I looked at that thing, I think 6 times in the realtor's office and I said, I know what my property looks like. I can't imagine, I'm having a hard time understanding what even he's trying to show you. I said, this is just absolutely not right. He's got to come back out there and do it. Well, I was there with the 3 realtors and the photographer, and I said, can I tell him how I can see, him doing this? This, no, we'll talk to him. We're the professionals, basically. We're the professionals, and we'll talk to him. You don't talk to him. And he'll do his thing. He's a professional. We're professionals. We've done this hundreds of times, and just leave it to us, So I did. And so I got this horrible, horrible video, terrible pictures of the inside. And so I told him, I'm not happy with it. He's got to come out there, and he's got to come and meet me, and I'm going to tell him exactly how I want him to market the property. So he came out. I had to pay him, of course, and I didn't pay the first time because that was all part of the listing fee. I paid him money to come out, and I said, this is what I want you to do. I said, this is if I was doing it, this is how I would do it. I'll tell you what I think, and then you are the professional, then you do it how you think is best based on what I think I want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eric was very nice about it, and he did, like 98% of exactly what I told him I wanted him to do. And he did a beautiful video. It's a beautiful, fabulous video. It really shows my property that anybody can feel like, you know what? I totally understand what's there. So I was really happy with that. And then I have a video of the inside of the house. Of course, they didn't use that. They used these stupid pictures that he took in, so it's a closet. You don't know if it's in the master room or in the child's room,
Right.
That was terrible. So I wasn't happy with that. Then the listing finally went into the MLS. They're only in Tehachapi MLS. So nobody, I guess I don't really understand about MLS because I don't think this is the way it used to be. But the Coldwell Banker was with Coldwell Banker. Even off of the Coldwell Banker office 40 miles away in Bakersfield, they couldn't access that Coldwell Banker listing in Tehachapi. And I don't understand why, but it was because it's all supposed to be out there if you do a Google search, was my understanding, right?
Okay.
So the listing came out on the MLS, and they told me, it's listed, and hopefully we'll start getting calls from other brokers. And I said, okay, so I'm all excited, I'm all ready. Went out there every day to dust everything off and make sure everything was really perfect, and hardly anything happened. In the 3 months, it was shown only 5 times. Soon after it was listed and there was very little activity, I wanted to see how this thing worked. Go on Google and do this search. So I did that. Well, my property didn't come up. And so I listed it. I did a different search with different parameters. Couldn't get it to come up. And I think I did that maybe 3 or 4 times. And then I was with a group of friends, and I said, I'm really frustrated. They say this is the way everybody does it. It's really simple to do. And everybody will be able to find it this way because this is the current. This is the way. And they all said, well, that seems kind of crazy. Well, why wouldn't it come up for you? And I said, I don't know. Somebody who's a computer guy, he said, you know what? He said something about if you put an address in there, that sometimes because you have that address in your computer, that the search knows that you have that address in there, and so it won't give you that one because they think that's your property. I don't know, something like that. So they all said, well, okay, well, we'll go home on our computers and we'll do this search and we'll see if we can't find your property. These were 6 women. None of them could get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is pretty common with realtors. I mean,
I'm sure.
it's just it's the downside to technology, right? I mean, these realtors are used to working in a much higher traffic area. Some of the things that they were telling you are accurate. About how Google and the SEO and the keywords work. But it's not like a guaranteed thing. I mean, just because they put certain keywords on your listing description doesn't mean that it's going to automatically pop up. That's not how Google works. But regardless, there's a couple of things that I think about the situation. I think one, you are in a very rural location. That plays a factor in the length of which a property would be listed. If I look right now in a 5-mile radius of your property, there are 7 active properties. The days on market, and these are just ranging between single family, mobile homes, vacant land, all kinds of stuff. You have one that was just listed 9 days ago. And then every other property is 194, 87 days, 113 days, 123, 212, and 847 days.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's active.
Okay, can you in that group, not to interrupt you, but when I was out there, I think a week or 2 ago, there was a new listing on Cameron Road that's like a quarter of a mile from me. Do you see that on that list?
I see one that sold on Cameron. It was 10098. Does that sound correct to you?
I think that probably was Michael's property. It closed
on April 19th. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not familiar with that one. Wait a minute. Let me hold on a second. Get down, cat. I'm babysitting my daughter's cat, and she just always wants attention. If you don't mind waiting, I've got to find a piece of paper that otherwise I'll write it on a scrap of paper and then I'll go, well, what did I put that on? Oh, that was on the back of that Edison bill that I paid and filed away, so. Okay, first of all, let me get your name again.
My name is RJ Bates.
I'm sorry, you sound a little bit like you're in a cave, so say that
Oh,
again.
it's RJ Bates.
RJ Bates, B-A-T-E-S.
Yep, just like the Bates Motel.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't going to say that. Okay.
No, it's okay. I like it. Then I tell them, yeah, the RJ stands for Norman. You ready to do business with me?
You better be ready to do this.
Right?
Okay, and what's your contact phone number, RJ?
It's 817-710-8689.
Okay. All right. So, what was I going to tell you?
Well, you were asking about another property for sale on Cameron Canyon. I don't see any on Cameron Canyon. I see Rocky Court.
Right. Okay, that's it. That's Rocky Court. Yeah.
So there's There's one for sale for $350 and another one for sale for $250.
And are those both on Rocky Court?
Yes. And then
And
you
what are their addresses?
you got 11657
Mm-hmm.
and then 11617.
Okay, and can you, do you see on the map there where Rocky Court is?
Yes.
Okay. Does it give you how many acres? Or I think all of those are mobile homes back there.
Let me look here. The one listed for 357 is a manufactured home.
Yeah.
And it is 10 acres.
And which address is that?
11657.
Oh, okay. And that's 10 acres. And that's on the market for $350.
Correct. It's been on the market for 31 days.
Okay. That's probably the new sign that I saw.
It is. It's unique.
Tell the realtor?
It's it's with some Jenny Lynn Clark. It's kind of got a 50s diner vibe going to it, and then they really liked turquoise paint on the cabinets and on the oh yeah, and then but they do have good landscaping. And then the one for 250, this one is a little bit concerning because it has two manufactured homes on it. And it's a 5 acre. And it's been on the market for 313 days.
313 days. Okay. Let me tell you about Rocky Court. Rocky Court is secluded. It's in a little tiny mini hidden valley within Cameron Canyon.
Okay.
And that's the area where all the people are growing pot and doing drugs. That's Rocky Court.
Well, that sounds like a cool place to go.
Well, I don't mind. I've smoked a little myself.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, maybe we could, after we do a deal, we just head over to Rocky Court and celebrate.
Well, you know, the thing is that I hate to say it, but they're lowlifes.
Yeah.
It's not a place that you would feel safe.
No, I get it. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, this one that's listed for 350 that has got the 50 diners, you know, kind of vibe and the teal. There's been plenty of marijuana consumed in that location. I mean, it's just it's screaming it. I mean, you can smell it just by looking at the pictures. Okay, so here's my thoughts about your property. I mean, I'm a little bit conflicted here because I see things that it's kind of like we've got a little story that's being built out there by all of these properties that are listed, where it's like, okay, we're all gonna combine together. It's like Captain Planet. When we combine our powers, we can all sell for $350,000. And then it's like, okay, but what is actually sold? We've got this one sold for $499, but it had 3 million square feet lot. So it's just a huge lot. And then outside of that, it's like I go down a lot lower on prices that have sold. Like I got Michael Avenue and Allen Avenue, but I don't even know where those are. I'm a little bit, because there's on Rocky Court, there's a couple of lots that are for sale. There's like there's 6 acres for sale for $45,000, and then there's 2.5 acres for $19,000. So it's like I'm not getting enough value out of the lot. I was hoping that the 10 acres would be worth more than it actually is. I don't know. I'm wondering if the reason why your house didn't sell is because there's just not enough interest in paying what it was listed for to be out there. Like, that's kind of what the story that the market is telling me is like long days on market. A lot of people are asking similar prices, and the properties are just kind of sitting there. So it's like, I know you said, hey, 350 is kind of like your bottom dollar. Is it cash only? You're only interested in cash, or are you open to like seller finance, something creative, or is it just cash only?
Well, I hadn't thought about that. I'd have to think about it. I understand all that, what goes on along with that, and maybe I would. I'd have to think about it though.
Because I mean, realistically, if it's like if you're selling just to like get rid of it because you don't want to travel out there and take care of it and do all that, but you could turn it into some passive income that's coming in on a monthly basis. That kind of alleviates that issue, kind of gives you a source of income coming in moving forward. And maybe we could work something out there where it could potentially cash flow for us. In the meantime of us working on subdividing there, one of my concerns about subdividing is how do I get to that back 5 acres without going through that first 5 acres?
No, you need to. The place you see where the access is to the road. Let's say you were telling me, I have an investor that really can see the potential of subdividing and, doing something on that back property. What would need to be done? I would want to get an easement from my neighbor next door on the 40 acres to the, to the north.
Right.
I used to own that property with my husband. So access to it was never a problem for us. But I would suggest that hold on just a second. I'm getting another call and they can wait. I could buy an easement from Willie, who owns that 40-acre parcel, so that the south side of my property, where I have a corner that goes onto Cameron Road, would be a 20 or 30-foot easement that would be plenty wide enough so that you could even have 2 separate driveways off of Cameron Road. One going to the house and the garage down on the lower part, and one going along that south property line to the back parcel.
Gotcha.
To me, that would be the way to do it.
You think Willie would be open to that?
Absolutely. We've talked about it.
Okay. So realistically, I just be honest with you. I don't think if we do cash, for me personally, just looking at this, I don't think you're going to be happy with anything that I'm going to come up with price-wise. Because I think it's going to be much less than the 350, because I'm just trying to come together on what is my exit strategy here, value-wise, explaining this to lenders, even if it's just private money lenders. Like explaining the process of what we're going to do here. I see this more as like a long-term play where we can hold on to it, eventually move down the road where we can do some of the subdividing and doing some development there. So realistically, I think the best option for us is if you're open to doing seller finance, then we could talk about some terms and looking at that as like a potential cash flow situation for us. I think that's the only thing that I would realistically be interested in, at least from the perspective of being respectful of the price that you're wanting. Cash wise, I just don't think you're going to be happy with what I would want to come up with. So if you're open to,
tell me what you're kind of average, what you think, not average, but ballpark what you would say if I said, no, I really want to only deal with you, what kind of money are we talking about?
Patty, you got to make me a promise because I like you, okay? Every time I tell a seller that I really think this is the plan, and then they twist my arm, they say, no, just tell me. Just don't get mad at me.
This is only between you and me, and it's going to happen. After it comes out of your mouth, we'll both deny it.
Okay, and then you're probably going to forget it because you're going to laugh at me, okay? I'd probably want to be about 150,000.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's a lot lower than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. You're a businessman, and you have to make the numbers work. I understand that.
And here's the reason why is realistic, and that's why I didn't even want to say it because it's kind of gouging you. It's about the long days on market, and it's about, hey, I don't even want to attempt to be saying it's worth 350. I more want to say it's like worth 2 something to protect myself. Where because and you know this, you've been in real estate. So in this case, if I were looking at it and I were saying, hey, I've got average days on market less than 30 days, then I can say it's 350 because at worst case scenario, I end up selling it, right? For the 350. I don't know that this could sell for 350 if I had it on the market for 300 days. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're talking about Lord knows what's going to happen with, well, you were talking about this earlier, with interest rates, right? We do have a spoiled buyer base where, we were looking at 2% interest rates, 18 months ago. So, yeah, we shoot up to what I think we're inevitably going to be at, 10%. What does that do? Are people even going to want to be buying at that point in time? Because we just saw that in November and December. Part of your problem was you listed it in September of last year. Your realtor should have been telling you, hey, the sky kind of fell. When people say the sky is falling, the sky fell. November and December, nobody did anything. That's across the country. Right. So that was part of the reason why, and I think that's part of the reason why nothing's happening here. But again, seller finance, everything is relative and negotiable at that point. So the purchase price can be a lot higher. The term length can be negotiated. Again, that just comes down to more about the cash flow on it and what you want out of it and what we need out of it. And we can mirror those two and make a match, then it can be a good fit.
Okay. I understand what you just said. However, that wasn't my area of expertise, probably is the best way to say it.
Yep.
So maybe what I need to do is to call the man that I used to work for and have him, because he knows me, he knows my situation, he knows the property, he knows the whole deal, and you two could speak on a broker-to-broker level, where that's beyond me, to tell you the truth, RJ. Okay?
Well, let me tell you one thing, just to verify, because I can't be called a broker, because I'm not a broker. I'm not licensed. I'm a buyer. So I don't want to get in trouble for, especially with licensed people. They get real, they get crazy on it. You know what I'm saying?
I only say that because your knowledge is equivalent to that more than just your average realtor licensed.
Understood. Yes.
Okay. So you to me are talking like a broker, and my ex-boss,
Jeff,
is an ex-broker because he's almost as old as me, but he hasn't had his broker's license since sometime probably in the 90s.
Well, let me ask you 2 questions, okay? And then we can go back to that. If you said you had this rented out, correct?
Yes.
How much were you getting in rent?
It was a good friend who was in a bad situation, so I was getting $1,500, but I could get $2,400 right now.
$2,400, exactly. Okay, so here's how we can simplify this, because we're not talking about anything crazy. Okay, you could get $2,400 a month in rent, right? But as the landlord, you are worried about the maintenance of the property, the vacancy. If when they move out, you got to go in and do a turnover and everything like that. Seller finance, you're not worried about that. I'm worried about that now. You're the bank. Okay. So on that note, I am going to rent it out to that person for $2,400. I'm collecting $2,400. Out of that $2,400, I have to pay you the property taxes, the insurance that I have to carry on it, and then worry about the maintenance and everything else. So what we then need to figure out is what would be a number, a monthly amount that would make you excited to be the bank, but not worry about anything else, because it's got to be less than 2,400 because I got a cash flow on my side, right? So that's where it's really not a complicated thing. And the reason why I wouldn't want to talk to him about it outside of you is because this is more of like, well, what do you want to cash flow, and what do I need to cash flow on this? So it's kind of just like an agreement between you and I. And at the end of the day, you might say, RJ, it's not what I'm looking for. I need $350,000 cash. If that's the case, then that's fine. I just know for a fact I can't be that guy. But what I can do is be the guy that becomes the landlord and pays you monthly out of that $2,400. So let me look at this real quick. Just rough off the top of my head. Let me do some math. Bear with me, Patty.
Sure.
If I say 2,400, and then I got to do 720.
And I say 2,400, but that may be really low because rentals are really small here. So that's just a figure that I threw out.
Understood. So what the other thing is if we create a note on this, how long are you okay with the length of that note being?
Are you talking about a creative
Yes.
sale?
Yes. Seller where you finance it to me. So you're becoming the bank. So I'm going to pay you principal and interest every month, just like I would pay Chase Bank.
Right. Okay. I owe 119 or so to Bank of America on this.
Okay.
So where would that get involved? How much money would you pay that off?
So there's two different ways that we can handle that. We can either do a sub-2 seller finance hybrid, where essentially the 119 that is owed on that, I begin making those payments every month, and then I pay you the difference. So, for example, how much are you paying a month on that 119?
Just under 900.
Yowza, how many more years you got left on that?
Oh, well, I refinanced, so I can't tell you off the top of my head. Maybe 12 years.
Okay.
But I'm just guessing.
Gotcha.
I have it. I just have to dig it out a little bit.
Okay. So on that 119, does that include your insurance and taxes?
Yeah, PITI.
Aha! Okay, now I feel better. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that, I start paying that $900 a month. Okay?
Yeah.
And then I'm paying you the difference every single month. So essentially, if you owe the 119 and I'm buying it for $350, really what I'm going to pay you is $350 minus 119 because I'm paying 119 to Bank of America, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to start paying the $900 a month, and then I'm just going to start stroking you a check for the difference, and then I collect the rest. So that was kind of how we would handle that.
That sounds like a very good possibility. I like it.
Okay. And then now realistically, what I'm thinking is because of that $900 a month, at first, you're not going to make that much monthly because they're getting the $900. But eventually the $900 payment goes away, and now you start collecting that $900 plus what you were already making. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's kind of one of those weird situations where at first it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, you're not making a whole lot of money every month. I mean, you're probably going to be making a couple $100, but you're also getting your mortgage paid down every single month. And then when that goes away, all of a sudden it's like, well, now you're getting the couple $100 plus the $900 a month. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that if you're open to that, I think it's something that we could do to figure out what specifically those numbers look like. And the thing that I love about it is, Patty, you know this area really well. I think you understand what we're trying to create here. So you could be a good resource for us. I'm like, hey, making sure that this is something that we could get tenant occupied pretty quickly, how you've done that in the past and stuff like that. And just make it into a good win-win for both of us. Where realistically, you're not having to worry about it anymore. You're not having to worry about that mortgage. We just kind of come in and become the landlords, and you become the bank, which ideally is the position most people want to be in anyways.
Right.
So I know I just threw out a bunch of stuff to you, but
No, I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
you tell me, do you need time to think about it? You want me to put together some numbers and shoot them over to you so you can see like the different options of what I'm thinking?
Well, I think it's yes, and yes. However many questions you asked all sounded fine. However, I look to Jeff because he is the genius in all this for me.
Okay.
So it would be like if I said, well, I'm 72 years old, so I want my son to be involved in this whole process. And, it might be rather than you dealing with me directly and then me dealing with my son, if you just talk to my son, who really is Jeff, who's not my son, my ex-boss, you two could make it a pretty clean process where I would just kind of probably muddy the water, where he talks to you and he knows my situation, you two could probably come to a pretty good understanding, and then Jeff would say, okay, this is the bottom line. I think this is what you should take. This is probably the best that you're going to get.
Gotcha.
And lets me know. Does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I just wanted to make sure before I did that, it was something that you would even be open to. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I think that I would.
Let me also ask you this. I don't really like to ask this question, but I think you're logical enough to understand why I'm asking it. If you were to pass away, where would this note get passed down to? Who is the heir to this?
I have 3 kids.
Gotcha. Okay. So the other thing would need to be is that there would need to be an understanding with those 3 kids that if we strike a deal and the next day you get struck by lightning, they understand that they're now my bank, like that the deal doesn't go away because Patty's not here anymore. They don't get to just sell the property. Like it's I'm still paying them monthly.
Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to bring that up, and I hate that's honestly one of my least favorite topics to talk about because I don't like talking about death. But it's like, hey, it's the reality. We have to talk about it because if we're talking about a long-term deal here, there does need to be some conversation about what could happen in that circumstance.
Sure. Yes,
So,
absolutely.
okay. I'm sorry. I know you've said it like 5 times. You say Brian is his name?
No, Jeff.
Jeff. Golly.
Maybe what we should do is before you go to any work on this,
Yep.
is that I will call him and I'll say, this is what I understood from RJ. Here's his phone number. Here's the information. Now I want the two of you to talk and run with it because he knows me and he knows my financial situation.
I love it. Yep.
And then when he calls you, then you can say, okay, let me just start all over again so that I can tell you what I told Patty so we're on the same page.
Yep. That's fine. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Then you put no time into it without knowing that you're really going to be going somewhere, right?
Right.
Okay. Good.
All right, Patty. Well, yeah, you have that conversation with Jeff. Tell him to give me a call. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here all the time, so he can call anytime.
Let me give you his name. His name is Jeff Maroney. Marrone.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, Patty, it was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope I didn't bore you to death with all those numbers and different things I was talking about.
No, not at all. I love real estate, so it's interesting. Numbers are fun for me.
Absolutely. All right. Well, talk to Jeff, and then whenever he calls me, we'll have the conversation, and then I'm sure I'll follow up with you after I talk to Jeff. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yes, we'll talk again.
All right.
I think that Jeff would be you and Jeff talking to get going on the right path would be the way to go.
Absolutely. All right, Patty. You have a great day. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bro, I would have asked her to get Jeff on the phone, but we were already. I'm at 2.5 hours. When I started that conversation, I had to pee. Woo, buddy! I'm sitting over here pitching seller finance, and I'm like, I'm about to just take this can over here and just go on the line.
Shut the blinds at least.
Woo, buddy! Hey, that was a hell of a start to the day there. Did you hear all my shit?
No, I'm working. I can't
Bro, just this crazy pre-foreclosure deal.
Yeah, I
and
heard
just,
that
oh, man. And then that one.
All
All right, I'm going to go take my break. Cassie's ready to rock and roll. She can't wait to hang out with you guys.
That's right.
She's going to do amazing things. See you guys. Which one? Minute 12.
This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes, and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track. Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in Titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
Hi guys, how are you doing? I hope we're doing well. Sounds like RJ had an amazing start to the day. We're rocking and rolling out there on the floor. Hey, that is you. Hi, Mr. Holt. I believe Mr. Brown, who is assigned to Decatur, Georgia, should be reaching out to you today to assist on getting a hold of that seller so we can get that thing going. I hope you were all doing wonderful today. Having to pee is a good motivator to quit close. I know, right? Oh, it's super funny. Okay, so RJ has like the funniest things pulled up on this sometimes. I'm just like, I have to just pull up my own profile, right? So my loves, what do we want to do today? Do we want to call on some of these things? I've got myself a little to-do list here, although I don't know that you would find some of these things particularly interesting. So I'm going to pull up. In the meantime, some of you are watching here that I don't necessarily recognize. So I'm super grateful to have some new faces in here paying attention, which leads me to, I will open up the floor to Q&A or request rather. I still have to actually, let me go ahead and write that down. Timestamp for on 50-50-50 for Recon, TC, CRM, and some underwriting. What's really funny about this is legitimately whenever like I set out on my segment to sit here and do anything like calling sellers, calling buyers, whatever, people will be like asking me about those specific subjects. Now, obviously we teach them in a lot more detail and we're going to be going into it even heavier at the Crucible 2.0, which, you know, I'm very excited about what we're rolling out there with 2.0. It's super exciting, you know, especially seeing the results of what we're doing now with this 50-day challenge compared to the first 50-50-50. So we are super stoked about, you know, that situation, right? However, it's crazy to me because oftentimes, like, I will sit down and I'll just be like, hey, I'm going to call, and people will be like, hey, can you help me underwrite this or comp this? And da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh, bro. So since we have some new faces in here, I'm open to it. You can hop on here. We can do that. We are super blowing and going through our contracts, contract to close situation out on the floor. Let's see, we've got 55 signed, 6 canceled. We went through that. 29 in dispositions, 15 are sold, 5 are closed already. So those are the results so far from the first 22 days. I don't think that's changed since this morning. We have some interesting and creative deals going on here. Otherwise, yes, Jeremy, thank you, darling. Everyone, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, give us some love, because Lord knows more people need to see this stuff. You know, our entire intent is to show people what we really do as best we can on a YouTube Live. We are very passionate about being transparent and sharing exactly what it is. That's why we throw those KPIs up at the beginning and end of day. You know, I've also throughout this tried to throw in, operationally speaking, some things that we do, some tips and tricks, and like maybe I'll go show the, you know, the hit board next time or at the end of the day meeting, so you guys can kind of just see how our team, how we divvy this up, right? So look, we're trying to show a lot of what we're doing as much as we can. CJ. Yes. That deal we're going to do with our buddy CJ. I am super excited. And something I really look. We're writing up a great assignment today. What is this property? I've got to double check on a closing date really fast. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. I don't see any requests in the comments. So I'm going to get to dialing. If that's what the people want, that's what the people will get. Dialing sellers. Or dialing buyers. Put a 1 if you want it to be sellers. Put a 2 if you want it to be buyers. Here's the deal. Everybody that already knows, which I don't do a lot of it on live necessarily, but everybody that knows that I am a very effective closer. Horacio says buyers. They want to see me compete in the Closers Olympics with RJ and things like that, People always want me to call sellers. Lawrence says buyers. We got 0 for sellers, 2 people voting buyers. On average, how many new leads do we get in a day? It varies. Honestly, it depends on the traction that we're getting, and how many times we've hit our no calls. So I'll actually go through some of those numbers here in just a second. Can you give us a closing date on Lawson Street? Do. What CRM are we using? I can actually show that as well. Let me duplicate that. So I kind of built out on just a platform called Trello. I know there's other platforms like it, but I really am used to and like this one because I've used it for other stuff for years. I do really enjoy it. Our team loves it. It works really well for us. It doesn't have some bells and whistles. So I have covered that and I have shown an example, but I can show another quick example of what our lead board looks like on it. And then we have a contracts board. Maybe. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Da. So this is what we use. Those are the lists. Each property has a card. We have automations built in. They're not on here, but automation buttons. This is our TC process. This is what the cards would look like. So you put in another task list and you add specific tasks. assign them a date and a due date time and a person, some description. That's what happens when the lead gets pushed in on Zillow. So this was a Zillow lead. Yeah, we attach our G drive, which has like a little spot that it goes into right here, and it'll have a photos and documents folder in our G drive for that property. These are custom fields that I had built out of information I want put in here so that it's kind of like at the top in the forefront. And then obviously it goes boom, 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 boom down the line, right? So that's kind of the gist of it. We push leads into here from our various lead sources. So like you can import and export. It has, I mean, we use it for like executive tasks. This is actually the old 50-50-50 and an old TC board. I mean, gosh, what else do we use it for? Specific projects. I usually template stuff out. So in case I need to, create another version of it. For example, like some of our Titans will use this. So I go into it in a bit more detail. Oh, shit. Sorry. This is why I'm not supposed to do that. This is why I'm worried about us screen sharing all of the time. I just tried to show you our entire board. And now I don't know where it went, where all my stuff went. Mother Hubbard in our cupboard. Anywho. So yeah, I built that out. Why is this not working, broski? Oh, what a dingus. Here we go. I don't understand why this isn't working appropriately. We're gonna try that again. There we go. All right. On the flip side, you guys utilize business lines of credit for flipping. Honest to goodness, we are going to be looking into doing that probably in the next year. Right now, we are not heavy flip at the moment. The 50-50-50 takes a lot of our time. However, we should be having a couple going on during the rest of this challenge, but they're not like heavy flips, right? And then I'd kind of like to stay on pace with like 1 or 2 a quarter for the year. We're not going to be super heavy on the flip game as far as like actually flipping. Now, wholesale, that'll be a different story. But full flip, yeah. Like I just don't, we've been in a place where we were really heavy flip and it does, I like to kind of keep it where it's just like simple and manageable. Like for me, because like I like that part of our business to be something we do to, just have a cash flow influx and same thing with the brokerage. That is called Young Bows. It's called Trello, Trello. And we do have the premium version of that, but you can utilize a free version. And again, I'm going to go back and say timestamps wise, I'm going to be looking to get those timestamps in the first couple weeks so that when people come in and they're new, they can like say, oh, okay, on day 2 at, 4 hours in, Cassie went over this or whatever. So on the flip side, so yeah, Lawrence, I don't have anybody I can recommend. Other than Oh, I cannot think of the name of it. I feel like it's I have like a really good friend who has a business line of credit type of situation with Lending One. That's different than, say like their fix and flip loans, etc. And it's great. They're pretty fantastic. As far as I've worked with him as a wholesaler, as a realtor, and it's been a great experience every time. He almost always closes with them, and I know he has another one, and if I can look at it and think of what that is. So we honestly do kind of need to get that going for the fix and flip side, to be perfectly honest. Buy and hold side. So with that being said, can you show us the leads again? I need to write them down. They already under contract and that's title, bruh. It wouldn't do you a whole lot of good. We're on the contracts board. So that's the difference between the leads board and the contracts board. FYI. But y'all said you want me to call some buyers. I mean, let's go. Who on my team wants me to call on one of their properties? I'm super glad that RJ has his phone back. I solved that problem. That was getting on my nerves. I'm looking through here and trying to figure out which one I think could use some buyer calls. I have to read through the notes, guys, so be patient with me. Feel free to ask more questions or request, things you'd like to see me cover. I will accommodate as needed. What do you need most in your business? So that one has an offer coming. Okay, let me pull open our lift. Let's go. All right, so I'm pulling up, filtering out through my buyers. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. And I want you to know, very much I'm going to break this down. Just like I go through this organically, I'm just letting you guys know really fast. I can screen share on some of it. All right. Hi. Let's just do that. So what I am going to pull up is I am going to let you guys know this. And I'm going to pull that over here. And I am going to just call on this deal. I'm going to punch in the numbers really fast, okay, on this property. so y'all can see when I am talking. Exactly what I'm referencing, okay? Okay, and I'm just going to check my notes and make sure that nobody else has hit these people up. And let's get to dialing. Why this buyer we didn't put a phone number in for? Oh, here's his phone number. Huh, interesting. And I'm also going to pull up our property page on Lyft. So these are kind of the prep moves that we make in order to start dialing. Our buyers. Hopefully I can get a few in before RJ comes back from break. And we're going to get it rocking and rolling. Who is the famous person from Abernathy? That's super funny. Okay, so if you guys have got that down, let's get to dialing. That's not a good sign.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Hi there, this is Sheila Jordan with Keller.
This is
List for fix and flip properties in the Abernathy area. Are you looking to pick up any properties right now?
not in Abernathy.
Not in Abernathy? Dagnabbit, I've got a big fish on the hook.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad day.
Yeah, Abernathy doesn't do well for me.
It doesn't?
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, we'll keep you in mind. Are you looking in Lubbock?
Yeah, pretty much Lubbock. Anywhere else. Abernathy, it's just, I don't know what it is about Abernathy, but it just doesn't do well.
I understand. I've got areas like that too, and like I'll see some of our friends and they're like flipping a property and they kill it, and I get so stinking mad because I'm like, how come every property I do over here it just flops? I get it. Well, we'll keep you in mind, Robert, if we got anything closer, to an area you like. Okay.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. And it's just that simple. Art, you're behind. Art wants acquisitions. Maybe I'll call a couple acquisitions too. We don't know. Maybe we'll wait for RJ to get back into it. We don't know. Come on.
This is Micah.
Hi, Micah. My name is Abernathy, Texas.
Okay.
Are you looking for any fix and flips right now?
What do you have?
So I've got a pretty great deal there in Abernathy, and I can text you the information or email it to you, and I can verify your stuff. But essentially, we've got a property for sale. It does need a full remodel. It's going to be an assignment of contract. It'll be $65,000, and it definitely needs a full remodel to reach that potential ARV. I don't think that there's, necessarily a way to look at it in a sense that, you could just fix it up a little, list it for a little bit less. It kind of needs, all the cosmetics and probably some of the systems as well.
Okay. And is it in bankruptcy or?
No, it's not. It's a distressed property and the seller can't fix it up, and we were looking at flipping it, but it's a little far for us.
Okay. Yeah, shoot me the information.
Okay. Is the best way to text you or to email you?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, legitimately speaking, you could probably, I mean, do you happen to be a licensed realtor? I don't think it's noted, or have one for you. I mean, I have realtors costs included in here, holding costs included in here. I mean, I look at this thing and I'm like, this is a $78,000 spread for most flippers. I mean, you could probably squeeze more out of it. You know, if you had a license or your realtor gives you a discount, it's a good spread. It's a good property, and it is a full remodel. It's not like it's, you know, falling down to the seams, but I see like an easy $245,000 ARV, and I see properties that comp higher, you know, but I kind of like to be a little conservative. It is, let me double check, 3/2/1655.
Okay. Yeah. That'd be great.
Okay, so yeah, I will text you the information over, and note that I also will probably try to send you an email, just because this is not my cell phone. So you may hear from me or Patrick, because he's kind of working on this too, and I'm fixing to go into a meeting, just in case you see one from an Oregon phone number. That's his cell phone.
Okay.
My
email is mike@chisholm@gmail.com.
Okay, because I have it at for some reason. So I'll edit that and we'll have it right over to you. And feel free to reach out. This is our office line, but feel free to reach out to anybody on it if you have any questions.
All right, fantastic. Thanks
All right.
for the call.
Thanks, Micah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so I want y'all to understand exactly what I'm going to do from here. I am going to text her. I'm going to email her. Then in about 30 minutes, I'm going to call her back. I'm going to text her and I'm going to say, listen, do you want to set up a walkthrough? I think this one's going to move fairly quickly. Sadly, I don't have my phone on this computer. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get get the property link. To myself from this computer so I can text it to her, because why? We don't have our stinking phone system integrated yet. All right, and then I've got to leave a note. Does it not even work? Hello? Oh, there it goes. Okay. And guys, I'll just be honest with you, it's just that easy. A Texas title company, so many options. Oh, that's another thing in Investor Lift too. Martin Garcia with Texas Title. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks, Robert. Sorry, there's so many things I can. Sorry, guys. I'm having to add this person to my cell phone. It's taking a little bit longer because I'm not on my computer or having our phone system integrated. So it just takes me a little bit longer. Plus, I really want to copy these notes over into the CRM since I'm calling on a deal assigned to someone else. I almost called her Misha. That would have been sad. Not sad, but I don't like mispronouncing somebody's name. It's spelled a little bit differently. Guys, I had less than giving her the numbers. Okay, so I want to point out a few things. On the disposition side, you guys kind of heard what I was going through there, right? Robert, who answered, and he's just like, I'm not doing Abernathy. I could have just been like, oh, not even for like a $78,000 spread after holding closing and rehab costs. I mean, the guy straight up is like, that's the area, I won't do it, right? I also feel like our dispositions team is probably going to reach out anyways to him. The next thing I will note, the next thing I'll note, right? The only things that we do there, right? I mean, you could hear the hesitation in her voice right there, right? And I could kind of tell where she's just like, is this bullshit? Or is this lady going to know what she's talking about, right? Here's the deal. I'm going to kind of go through that conversation the same way in different orders, just depending on what they say. On dispositions, you know, I am the other key factor. Like, I'm just going through those very same things. Location, are you looking to buy a fix and flip? This property is only a fix and flip. If it could be a buy and hold, well, then I'd say be a good buy and hold. I'm going to focus on the numbers. I'm going to focus on, you know, are they looking to purchase one? I'm not going into the other side of dispositions there until later, right? The only thing that maybe I would add on that phone call, if I felt like the timing was right, is I would say, let me know if you know, I try to actually schedule her with a walkthrough, right? Some people I kind of wait, and I kind of purposefully address that almost immediately after. And there's a reason for that, right? If they are, you know, seeming like a little bit hesitant, which she was, and then she's like, oh, okay, send it to me, send me the information, right? She's going to look through those photos. She's probably going to pull a little bit of comps, and I'm going to give her a little bit to do that. And then I'm going to be literally going into her. I'm going to be generating other people to buy this property. That's a good spread on a flip for a 1,600 square foot house. So I'm going to get her feedback, and I'm going to like go in on scheduling at that point. I'll be like, I've got, you know, 3 other people that are going to be walking it in the next 2 days. So I need to know what your schedule is going to look like. So I kind of like to go in like that sometimes, once I have like a little bit more traction going on the specific deal. I literally dialed like maybe 5 people or something like that, and got my first interested person. So just like on acquisitions, on dispositions, there's not much of a script. It's really about going over the deal points. And I say this to our team all of the time: a good deal sells itself. If you run the numbers, if you work the deal, then it's going to sell itself. That being said, I'm going to let Mr. King Closer come back and hop on acquisitions. It was lovely spending time with you folks. And I will see you here again when RJ is ready to eat his lunch. And
we are going to give you everything that we have to succeed. Use the tools that we've given you. Utilize the knowledge that we've instilled in you over these past couple days.
Skip tracing, cold calling, and SMS, and how they create a process that's very simple but very, very, very effective. I feel like it's going to transition our business from here all the way up.
As an example, these 2 gentlemen are really doing something special with Batch Driven on an average getting how many deals a month? 5 deals a month from Batch Driven.
That's our first year in business, and we just did 560,000 gross revenue.
Woo!
We're learning so much from RJ, Cassie, and Elijah. I'm an active duty military guy, so it's so cool to come here and just see the integrity and the purpose and things that RJ and his guys are driving into the students here.
We don't want you to just go out there and be successful. We want you to do what you're going to do the right way, the most applicable way. Be that Army. That's what it means to be a Titan.
You work with great people. They're going to give you greatness in return, because now it's a friendship. And who do you always want to work with? Your friends.
As a full-time house flipper, I wanted to do something a lot more virtual. I got introduced to RJ through my friend here, John, and didn't even know what I was coming to see, but after leaving, we've learned a ton we're going to implement into our business, and I think it's going to change the way we do business moving forward.
What's up, guys? Oh man, what a great start to day 23. It's funny. We try to show as much as we possibly can. Sometimes it's just impossible for us to get everything. I know Cassie was doing some dispositions calls there, was asking you guys questions about what do you guys want to see. My update of what's happened so far transpired. Nashville, Tennessee seller, pre-foreclosure situation, pre-in-depth conversation. I had a couple of full retail leads, and then we pitched the seller finance in California there that went really well. I think that might end up being something. We have an appointment in Little Rock, Arkansas that took place to get a signed contract. I need to call another lead. Strangely enough, seller finance offer in California, just like I pitched this morning. I need to call back and see where she's at. So I'm going to start there. Also, it looks like we've sold a deal in Florida this morning. And then we have picked up another property in Oklahoma. So yeah, I mean, lots of really good things going on so far today. So been a really good start. So let's call this California lead and see where she stands on our seller finance offer.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
All right, let's finish off our new leads that came in.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 330810 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Chagrin River Road. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. You could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, is Gwendolyn there?
Yeah.
Hi, Gwendolyn. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Highland Lodge Lane. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. Is that correct?
Which one?
I think you saw my website on a YouTube video.
Yeah.
That,
There's so many things. What kind of property is it?
say that again.
What kind of property you dealing with?
Well, I buy all kinds of properties. So you have a property on Highland Lodge that you're looking to sell?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how much are you looking to get for the property?
Well, I mean, you have to see it or pull up the information so you can, know what I'm offering. I know,
to see what you was looking at to offer and stuff. I mean, you haven't asked one question about the property, so whatever I throw out, it's still blind to you,
Well, I'm pulling up information right now, and I'm going to ask you some questions, but I always like to start with how much you're looking to get for it.
We can get to that, we can get to that.
Okay.
I'm right in the middle of getting out my dialysis machine. I'll be done in about 10 minutes, but I'm gonna need to use both my hands.
Okay. Do you want to just call me back when you're available?
Okay, sure. All right.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Please leave your message for
Purpose.
Hey, Marcus, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Knox Road that you entered on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please.
Man. That's another pre-foreclosure situation. Sent over the contract. Haven't heard from her since.
Hello?
Hey, Ashton, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How you doing?
Hey, RJ, I'm all right.
Just wanted to follow up with you, see if you made a decision about the contract I sent over to you.
Yeah, I thought long and hard about it, and it's just a timing thing right now. I appreciate all your efforts and honest offer and all that, but everything's just messed up now. The banks, the market, whatever I do right now to buy something new is just a giant mistake. So this deal's great, but it's just a timing thing, and maybe the offer still stands when things come a little bit better,
Yeah, I got you. So I know that you had talked about potentially wanting to move. Are you just not going to do that right now?
I don't know what to do right now. Just looking at the market and looking at getting mortgages and looking at buying real estate right now is just
completely out of control, and there's no right decisions to make right now. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to be smart and sit on my ass for a little while.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. I mean, one of the things that we do is, I mean, we find houses. So if you narrow down locations that you were looking, I mean, I might be able to find you a property.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep you in mind. It'd be first on my list. I mean, if we're in good standing in the future, I guess I just got to make up my mind, just see what happens with some stuff. I mean, it's crazy out there. It's just nuts.
I mean, because, I mean, if you said, hey, I want to go to this location, and then I get a lead or a deal in there, then I could just turn around and buy your property and sell you the one that we're getting. You might be able to walk into something where maybe you don't have to get a mortgage. Maybe you just pay cash for it or something like that,
Yeah, definitely. That sounds pretty interesting. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I can't make any decisions right now just due to things. And plus, I don't even know where I want to go yet. I just know I want to make a move.
Right. Well, I guess let me know if you decide on what locations, and then like I said, if we find something, we can definitely help you out. Okay.
Yeah, you'll definitely be the first to know. And like I say, I appreciate you guys' efforts and all that and following through.
Absolutely. All right, man. Talk to you soon. Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Your call is forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 70820. Available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Lyndon, this is RJ Bates calling about the contract I sent you for Loomis. Still haven't seen that come back. So give me a call, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Send it over. I'll just eat later. Oh, here. Empty-handed.
Well, I was gonna really
Hello, this is RJ.
Yes, hi. So my name is Jayesh Patel, and I filled out, your website form.
Yes, on Glen Eagles.
Yeah, 3009. I was just curious to see what you guys are all about and all that. I'm like getting ready to sell the house, but I was just looking to see what the market will, give me for my house. I know you have to have more details.
Right. So we're real estate investors. So we're cash, buy as is, no realtor commissions or anything like that. Did you have a specific dollar amount that you were looking to get for the property?
I mean, all the properties, they go from, they're like probably averaging $1 million in that area. It's like, it's a pretty nice area.
Yeah.
I mean, the subdivision is high end in that for that neighborhood, for that town actually.
Right. So taking a look at it, I mean, I got a bunch of in the 1.1 to 1.3 range. I will say the majority of those houses are bigger than yours. Like,
I think there might be an error in there, but I have a full basement that was done. Too,
okay.
But I know that doesn't count toward.
I'm seeing that you have 48 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the actual house, not including the basement, is probably close to 5. Like, yeah, 48.
Yep.
And the basement is probably, I don't know exact, but probably 2,200 to 25, you know, the basement.
Gotcha.
I mean, it kind of mirrors the house.
Gotcha.
Except for the garage. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Except for the garage. Like the garage kind of extends.
Do you still have the wood shake roof?
Yeah, it needs to be replaced. So I have, like, there was like a hailstorm 2-3 years ago.
Yep.
And I put an insurance claim on it. So I had some adjusters help me. I guess I shouldn't have done that way, but I did it. I wasn't very.
A public adjuster?
I wasn't really knowledgeable about it. Like, so I did. They gave me a claim, and they were only going to allow like $40,000 worth of work, and I haven't done it. I haven't repaired the roof. You know.
Right.
It needs a new roof, basically. Like it's no point doing patchwork kind of thing. You know, like one. You know what I mean? It needs a new. It needs a whole roof.
So you never recovered the depreciation on that claim, right?
Well, the guy's been calling me to repair it, but I don't want to repair it. I'm thinking if the new owners can get that, or I don't know how I'm going to work out with this adjuster because he did all the paperwork, you know, but he didn't. He promised me he was going to get the whole amount, but he didn't, you know. I mean.
So you hired a public adjuster, is that correct?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So how much money did he get you on the roof?
Close to 40.
And how much did they give you?
Okay, it was 50.
Right.
I got 10,000 deductible, so cash money is close to 40, I think.
But there should be a remaining amount after you do the roof where they give you, it's called depreciation, that gets released to you.
Well, I don't know how that works. I'm gonna have to call him. I mean, I only got the insurance checks, you know, but it's written.
I got you. So you don't have an estimate from them?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting it, but they depreciate the roof. I get it, but why would the insurance company giving you money for the depreciation? Like, why would they?
Because after you do it, that's their way of making sure you do the work. So, for example, they'll say, "Hey, the total roof is $80,000. We're only going to give you $50,000 up front, but you have a $10,000 deductible. So here's 40, and after you do it, we'll release the other 30 to you."
I don't think I'm gonna that much. Like,
well, I'm just using those as round numbers.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to help me understand this stuff.
But regardless, that 40,000 that you got, that's gone, right?
No, it's in check form, but we haven't cashed it.
Oh, okay. So you've got that money to do the work. Okay. What?
It was written between mine and his adjuster's company's name on it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like people have to sign it.
Yep. Okay, so let's look here. What about the rest of the house? Does any of the other parts of the house need work?
Well, I would say all the bathrooms are trash, meaning like they need new like updated. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All 5 of them, you know. The kitchen's relatively good, but you know, the appliance, the refrigerator is pretty much old. 25 years old, and then we got a new one, and that wasn't a good buy. But he needs a high-end refrigerator.
Right, right.
All the appliances probably, I mean, they function, except for the fridge upstairs, but the main fridge is not functioning. But the dishwasher and stuff like that all works. You know, washer and dryer and all that stuff. But, you know, it was built in 95, you know, so.
Right.
Wear and tear, you know. The air conditioning units, they both probably need replacing. They're both old. The heater works. The air conditioning, I need someone to come over, but it's giving me troubles right now. So that needs brand new stuff, you know.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just not new.
So it needs a remodel across the board.
It needs what?
It needs like a remodel across the board, right?
Well, I mean, in terms of appliances and stuff, I would imagine, you know, nothing's like new, you know. Like, I don't want to tell you like I bought
Right.
stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff was in there, you know. Like when I built it worked, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, it's livable, but like the roof needs to be replaced, which we have the insurance claim on, and then
Sure, the roof, the brickwork and everything's good. Oh yeah, and then I replaced all the windows, upgraded because there were wooden ones before,
right.
and they wet rotted because of the way my house was, in like trees and stuff.
Right.
Rain. I mean, it wasn't a good choice. So we got the aluminum ones, you know. So they got replaced like maybe 5-6 years ago.
Right.
Years ago. Not the upstairs, not the second floor, though. Most of the basement windows and the first floor.
Gotcha.
I mean, there's some windows that need to be redone with. We didn't do it, so now it looks worse. You know what I mean? I would say the second floor windows weren't done because they can get damaged from the wet thing. The first floor, because of the lower, I guess it was because of the lower level. I don't know. The way they were, I think they got, you know, the wood didn't stand up to the time, you know, like that's
right.
The choice. Aluminum is better metal, so we got all that done, you know, first floor. So those were new.
So what's your ideal situation? What do you want to happen here?
Well, I want, you know, I'd like to get sold.
Okay.
Because I have another house. I got another house that I want to live in. It's just small. I'm like retired and stuff. I'm not retired, but I'm gonna be. I can't, you know, my kids have moved out and stuff like that. So I'm just living there for, I don't know, sentimental value, I guess. I don't know. I need to be moving now.
Okay.
Too big for me. It's too big. It's too big.
Right. So if it could be worth $1 million when it's, you know, fixed up, which obviously we're going to have to do some work to get it up to that. I mean, realistically, what are you thinking dollar wise that, you know, you're wanting to get for this?
Okay, so the roof is probably what, $100,000 plus?
Probably.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's a big roof and it's going to need to be a high end, you know, shingle of some sort.
Yeah. Well, I think they're letting us use. So when they built that, they were like, had stupid freaking homeowners rules, you know, like everybody had to have shingles. But that's like the worst product. Like natural shingles is shit.
Right.
You know, like it looks nice and everything first 2 years and stuff, but you know, it's like the dumbest stuff, you know. Well, you know, it's okay for a shack in the fucking woods, you know.
Right.
But you can get up there and like nail some fucking wood up there, you know, from trees and shit. and everything, when it was getting put on, like, when I remember I was like, young and, I was young and I wanted shit, now I don't want shit.
Right.
It's another story. Anyway, so they putting this, what is this, fake shingles.
Right.
That's what they're putting, like all the new ones that I see. My neighbor just did his. Somehow he got all of it paid, man. Like, I don't know how he did that. I should use his guy,
Right.
So what I'm thinking of doing is, how do I get that $40,000 that I got checked and give it to the new buyer,
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. So that's called an assignment of benefits. So essentially you're signing over the insurance claim.
Use that contractor then?
Yep.
That's what he basically did it, because he wanted the business, obviously.
Right.
And that's how it works. But you guys okay with using them then?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. This is pretty common in our industry to do an assignment of benefits on an insurance claim like that. It helps you out and it helps us out. So that's definitely something that we can do.
I don't want to do patchwork, I don't want to spend any money on it. If I'm selling it, I'd rather just give credit for the roof.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. We're on the same page there. So the roof, but then we have the other stuff that we are going to need, like you said, the bathrooms, the air conditioners, stuff like that. So
Equipment, yeah.
So realistically, like, what is that dollar amount that you're looking at?
How much it costs? Like, I don't know how shit costs.
I mean, the reality of it is, 5 bathrooms, that's a lot of bathrooms that we have to come in and do repairs on, that adds up.
Like, okay, so 2 full bathrooms and all the others are like half, no tubs.
Right. How many of them have showers?
Okay, 1, 2 in the basement, 3, 1 on top, 3, 2 full bathrooms upstairs, and then 2 toilets, no showers.
Gotcha. So three full and 2 halves. So the halves are pretty easy. And then of course the primary is going to be the one that we want to put the most money in, and it's going to need to be high-end finishes because of the price point and the neighborhood.
The main bathroom is above the shower, above the garage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like my main bedroom is the way it was designed, and then you got walk-in closet, everything extends over the garage.
Gotcha.
So, anyways, that needs a new. Okay, so let's say if you replace all the bathrooms, all right, that's what I would say if I were to move in that area,
Yep.
I don't know. I'm hoping to get like 700 or something like that,
Yeah, I think we can be relatively close to that number.
I know it's years ago. I put over $1 million on that. If you think about it,
right.
Brand new and oh yeah, the swimming pool is trashed. Okay.
Man, it's the rehab is just getting bigger,
Well, the swimming pool, there's no value on it. Like in terms of the houses with pools are probably more money. Do you know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, we had to do something. I mean, we're either spending money to get it just filled in, or I mean, are we talking about probably? I mean, it's going to be cheaper. Let me look and see how many houses around there have pools. One of my comps does. And it did sell for a higher price per square foot. And this thing.
And that property, if it's like fixed up right, you know, like it's a good location property wise, like
right,
you know. I mean, we did a lot of upgrades, like with the pool, like. No, I never opened it and then it's all trash. Like all the kids moved out and stuff like that. So I have other houses that I move in, you know, like live in and all that. So right now I need to see if I can sell it at a decent price and a fair price, you know?
Right. I mean, it kind of just depends on how much you're willing to come down from that $700,000 number. Because, I mean, when I'm looking at it, I mean, I know that the insurance claim helps with the roof, but the bathrooms and the AC and the pool, and I'm sure it needs like paint and some other stuff.
What do you mean the paint? Yeah, like, I mean, everyone's going to repaint the house. No one, well, depends on when the painting was done and how good it was. But I would imagine, I mean, it's in relatively good shape, the paint jobs, you know?
I mean,
what number? Looking like you deducting you probably deducting like rough deductions, right? Like
yeah, I mean the initial number that I had in mind was 600,000.
So 400,000 to like get the house in decent shape.
Well, more like 275 to get it in shape. And then when we go to sell it, you know, we're going to have realtor commissions and our holding costs and the utilities and property taxes and everything that we've got to pay. And then that's our spread to make profit on it.
Right. Yeah, you guys have to make money.
Right.
So you're thinking what price? Like
600,000.
600,000. Yeah, I mean, you can't go to close to 7? No way. So you're thinking 175,000 to get the house decent?
No, I said 275.
375.
275.
How are you making money?
So I'm going to put 275,000. So if I buy it for 600,000 and then I put 275,000 into it, I'm at 875 total. And then if I can sell it for, you know, over $1 million, say I'm at 1.05, and then I've got to pay my commissions and closing costs, so another 75,000. I could probably stand to make, you know, anywhere between 100 and 120,000, which is like 10% of my investment.
10%, yeah, at least, right?
I mean, that's about bare bones. And if I come up to 7, then I stand to make nothing, you know?
Yeah, I get it. 600, I mean, that's probably around the range I'm going to get, you know?
I mean, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, that kind of looks like
The realtors, they're going to waste 70 grand just like that.
Exactly.
To go through the house, you know?
And that is a big difference. Like with going with someone like us, there are no realtor commissions. You know, I mean, it's
a lot of money down the drain that could be used for like bathrooms and stuff like that, you know?
right.
Instead of just transaction fees, you know, like just transactions, nothing, no labor involved. I mean, there's labor involved, I guess.
Right. Exactly.
But I've done closings on houses and stuff, and it's just like, what, man? Like 7%, you know?
Right.
Nothing. 600,000 sounds reasonable. I'm thinking it's gotta be real about it, you know, because the house needs work, you know?
Exactly. So the way it works with us is if you say, okay, I'm good with the 600,000, we would send over a purchase contract with the 600,000, which it looks like it's in the Patel Maria de Jesus Living Trust. Is that correct?
Yeah, me and my wife, yeah.
Right. So I'd send the contract over. You would sign it. We come out. We do our inspection, walk through, verify all the different things. We're going to have to get some paperwork, probably talk to that public adjuster about the assignment of benefits for that insurance claim, and then try to get it closed. You know, I mean, we're right at the beginning of the month, so probably get it closed inside of June.
All right. And I got all the stuff in the house. I gotta figure out if I leave the stuff there, you guys okay with it?
I mean, it depends on how much stuff we're talking about.
Well, I'm thinking maybe some of the furniture usable. I don't know.
Right. I mean,
Taken out of
I just have to look at it and see. I mean, I don't want to say no because without seeing it, but I mean, we come out there and it's like, bro, you've got, 5,000 square feet of just hoarder, stuff. I mean, no, I can't do that,
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of stuff,
Right. Because everything that we do costs money, right? So if you leave a bunch of stuff that we have to throw away, I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I'm just going to take that out of the price that I'm paying you,
Everything has cost, man.
Right.
Like, nothing is free. Even moving a freaking TV off the wall is like freaking outrageous,
Right.
Well, it's America, man. Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting motivated to sell it because I hadn't been, but I gotta sell it,
Right.
Sooner the better. I can't. Something has to happen to that house. Like, you can't just sit there and die. Like, not gonna happen. I mean, something's got to have to happen. I want it. Somebody else to live in it, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, and like you said, it's
going to cost you like $300,000, Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, it's a nice neighborhood. I mean, it's
Roof is the main thing, and then the windows, some of the windows.
right. So let me ask you this: is your email? Okay.
You're gonna shoot me an email about our conversation,
Yeah. Well, what I was going to do is send you over a contract for the 600,000, so you can see I'm serious. Have you take a look at it, see if you got any questions. Give you a little bit of time to talk to your wife about it, and let you guys make a decision.
Yeah, it was like a spur of the moment yesterday, but yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, when if it's a problem and it's a stress in your life, and then maybe it was spur of the moment, but if you go to her and you say, "Hey, honey, I got a guy that's willing to give us $600,000, and the problem can go away."
Right now, so she's in Florida. I'm like, no, she's not gonna oppose to anything I do because I earned everything and I still help her out with everything.
Right.
I mean, I'm just getting old.
Well, let me send you over that contract. You think about it, and like I said, I'll just follow up with you. And if you're ready to pull the trigger, you just sign the contract. If you have any questions about it, feel free to give me a call, and let's make it happen.
So, how you work in Illinois, or I see the Texas number?
Yeah, we're based out of Fort Worth, Texas, but yeah, we do deals all the time. Actually, funny enough, when you called, I immediately sent a text to my buddy up there and asked him how far away he was from St. Charles at the time. He said, I'm 45 minutes away. So I was going to tell him, like, hey, if you're close, if he was closer, I was going to tell him, hey, might need you to swing by this property real quick, but he's 45 minutes away on another appointment. But yeah, I mean, we do deals all the time up there. Funny enough, my son plays travel hockey, and so I come all the time up to Chicago and for tournaments. He just did a checking clinic up there. We were thinking about potentially looking at moving up there and playing full time up there. So yeah, I mean, we do stuff all the time up there.
Okay. All right. Let me think about all this, and I'll give you a call. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to send that contract over to you?
Well, let's give me all the details. I don't know if I'm ready to like pull the trigger, but I want to look at it now. All that, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Send over the contract so you can see all the details on it and take a look at it.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Jay. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Your name?
RJ Bates.
Okay. You'll have it on. All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Yes. May I have another? No, I'm not moving. We're staying here. We talked about it. Trinity had the opportunity to go up. He skated with some coaches up there. They loved him. Offered him a position. So obviously I thought about it. But everything's so established down here. I mean, it's just, it at least crossed my mind. I thought about it, right, for a little bit. But hey, it's literally Chicago, so why not talk about it? I liked that lead. That was fun. More.
You've reached Todd's mobile phone. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Jackson Road. I was the one that sent you the contract, I believe, on Monday. I know you were meeting with Mark Spain yesterday, so just curious what your thoughts were about my offer and how the meeting went with the good old people of Mark Spain. So give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 248842. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your properties there that I sent over the contract. I think that you got the contracts. I'm not sure. I haven't received them back as signed. I know we talked yesterday and you said you were walking in the office and you were going to get it taken care of, but I didn't see that happen. So give me a shout back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 2.
God dang it.
Please leave your message. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 269275 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Battle Creek. I sent over that contract yesterday. Just wanted to verify you received it and see if you had any questions for me. So give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. One second. Man, these ones right here are frustrating me because all of these contracts should be signed.
Please leave your message for
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there. Just wanted to see if you still were interested in moving forward with us. I haven't heard from you, so send me a text, shoot me a call. Let me know if you're still interested or what you want to do there. Thank you. Hey, Patrick. Any update on Wolf?
Not yet. I'll know something here shortly.
It's been 3 hours. What do you mean?
I just texted him.
What kind of update you waiting on? What's going on here?
He didn't call and say it went bad, so it's got to be.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, because you heard me when I told him, I said, bro, if there's any problem, RJ and I will get on the phone immediately.
No, he's going to call you. He just now stopped talking.
Right. He might. I'm going to check with him right now.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Hi, is Hans there?
Yes.
Hi, Hans. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Center Avenue. How are you doing?
Yes.
You entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Is that correct?
That's correct. Got your checkbook handy?
What's that?
Did you got your checkbook handy?
I do. It's a little light though. You're gonna sell it to me for super cheap, right?
I am.
What unit number is it?
101.
101. Okay. How much you looking to get for it?
475.
475. Oh, is it listed on the MLS?
You'll be for a couple more days, man. It's over. It's done.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll let you have it for. It appraises for 500. I'll save you 5%. No commissions. 475 is a good number. Yeah.
Let me see here. I'm assuming the condition is good.
Condition is excellent. Like you see in the pictures. My daughter lived there.
Why is it not selling on the market?
Because my realtor is from Denver, and this property is in Fort Collins. So I think we've had some offers on it, but I don't think he was very receptive to. I think he's just doing his job. Let's put it that way. How's that?
I got you.
If you don't come to work before noon, it's kind of hard to get anything. You can quit at 3. It's not hard to get anything done. The window of opportunity is pretty small.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the reality of it is, though, the realtor doesn't have to do a whole lot, though. Except forward offers over to you and do communication, because they're not showing the property themselves. The buyer's agents are doing that.
But they have to get the buyer's agent the code so they can show it. But if you're not doing your job, then there's disconnection.
I get you. It's a beautiful property. I'm shocked. 100 days on market. And if it's really a $500,000 property, you would think someone would have offered $500,000 by now.
They did, and they fell out because of his incompetence. The first one did.
Jeez, that's rough.
Yeah.
Well,
I think I'm going to go a different route. I'll probably just put a sign
sign that front thing and sell it to first step by owner.
Right. Yeah, I mean it looks great. I mean, for me, I'm an investor, so I've got to figure out some way that I can make money with it. You know, I mean, I'm assuming I can't really rent it out and cash flow at 500,000 or even 450.
You can rent it out in cash flow real easy. That is one of the very few properties that is VRBO qualifies for.
Okay. Yep.
Fort Collins licenses are Airbnbs, and they must be in there's a density level that they have to be in. So you can't have one in your neighborhood, you know, your next door to grandma's house. So the density level around that area would allow that, and the HOA would allow it. And if I was in 1030, you know, I'm going to do a 1031 on another property, that's what I would do personally.
How much do you think I could get nightly for it?
Do your homework. Become VRBO. It's the closest, one of the closest. It's 8 blocks from the stadium. So, I mean, you know, I mean, I'm not going to blow any sunshine up your ass. I mean, you just look it up and find out what they rent for. They rent for anywhere from, you know, from 150 to 300 a night, depending on what night it is. If it's graduation weekend, $350, $400 a night.
Right.
You know, if it's a border war game, you know, from Wyoming to Colorado,
Right.
They get $400 a night, and with a 3-day or a 4-day, you know, minimum, you know, the $50 cleaning, and I mean, you can, and it's all.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Okay. Do I get the furniture with it? I didn't hear your response there.
Everything's negotiable. It belongs to my daughter, but you know, I mean, everything's negotiable.
That makes it a lot easier for me to turn it into Airbnb. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, and that's why all the furniture's in it, and it hasn't moved. I mean, because I know it shows beautifully. The lady that wanted it, she wanted the washer, dryer, and the flat screen TV, and I said done. And he tells her no. I'm like, well, you just have to go out and buy another one. You're brain dead. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that's where I'm up against, you know. So, and I gave him a 6-month gig, you know, so he's got to go away. I mean, the property will sell. It's kind of, you know, and I should have got a local boy to do it, but I didn't like the local boy that interviewed.
Right.
Because it's kind of arrogant, and I don't do well with arrogance.
I gotcha. HOA fee seems pretty large. What are we getting from the HOA?
Everything. Trash, water, insurance, the building, outside maintenance. Yeah.
So I mean that's cool. That helps out. No, so there's no water bill whatsoever.
Right.
Okay. So that helps on Airbnb. No water bill. No exterior maintenance, whatsoever. All right. See, you're already doing a better job than that guy. You're selling me on this. I was going to get off the phone with you after 30 seconds, and now we're looking at something. I can't believe.
It's all about numbers, you know what I'm saying? And I get where you're at. And if I didn't have my money tied up in someplace else, I'd hold it myself.
Right.
I'd give it for my own playtime. I'd give it for a playtime.
What, dude? You started talking about the games, and I'm like, not that I'm a huge Colorado State fan or Colorado fan or Wyoming fan, but it would be fun to come up and see Colorado State and Wyoming play. You know, let's go up there and see them play in late November so I can freeze my tail off and then go back and enjoy my Airbnb, you know?
And the thing about it, though, is that it's got one car attached, one car detached. So even for a lockout, you know, like usually you have to have a closet for a lockout on Airbnb. You got the garage, and you can rent the garage for another $1.50. You got it attached, you know?
Right.
That's what I looked at it. I mean, that's where I kept my jet skis going up to
Okay, so how much longer do we have until this is not listed? You said next couple of days.
Yeah, I can. I mean, him and I know his dad. That's how it works. So I got to make a phone call to his dad to say, hey, person needs to walk away, and I'll make that happen.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm.
Never do business with friends or family.
Yeah, listen. I know. I've learned the hard way several times of that already. Okay. I'm pretty serious about this. I'm gonna need to do, like you said, some due diligence on the Airbnb stuff so I can really nail down what I could get on nightly rent and stuff like that. Just out of curiosity, before I let you go, is this the only property you're looking to sell? It sounds like you've got quite a few properties.
Yeah, this is the only one I want. But here's something just to chew on. If you got $100 a night and you had 100% saturation, you'd be at $3,000 a month.
Right.
Nobody's renting for $100 a month. Even Holiday Inn isn't renting for $100 a night.
Right.
You know, they're $1.50, $1.75, and again they go up from there depending on what's going on in town.
Right.
So if you were $1.50 and you rented it out 20 days out of the week, you're stroking the check pretty. You gotta give Airbnb 10% or whatever it is, but you're still. It's the numbers. I've worked them every which way, and they work. The numbers work.
Right. Last question. Cash only, no creative sub-2 seller finance situations.
No, because I'm 1031 here right
Yeah.
now. I got it set up to do a reverse 1031.
Yep.
So I don't. And I got another property that's distressed right now that caught fire last year that I got to rebuild. So I got to got my money going in about 15 different directions, and I just bought 2 other properties about 6 months ago, and so I just need to sell this one.
What about that distressed one? What about that one? Why don't you sell me that one?
Because it's a block from my shop.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's where I keep all my shit in it, my boat, my jet skis, that kind of stuff. That's where I kind of store it. It's in a half acre, and as you know, everything in Colorado is just crazy money, and it's R2. So I thought if I ever did do anything there, I'd probably put up a sixplex or something in that.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let me do this, Hans. Let me go do my due diligence. Can I call you back tomorrow? Would that be a good time?
Sure, call me anytime. This is my cell number.
Okay. I'll call you back after I do some due diligence here, and I'll see if we can make this work. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we're good. It's gonna send pictures of the copy of the contract.
So it's signed?
Signed.
All right. And what did he say about the property?
He didn't. He just hit me back. He's gonna give me a call in a minute. That's what he just sent me like 2 minutes ago.
Do you have any idea as to why my YouTube video would stop continuously pause itself on my phone?
It shouldn't.
It's very strange.
No, it shouldn't at all.
I know.
That's weird.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
You don't sound sick at all. Why are you at the house?
Say what?
You don't sound sick at all. Why are you at your house?
Bro, I feel like fucking crap. It's dark as shit in my room right now.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, anyways, get over it, and I got things for you to do. Fort Collins, Colorado. You said you've got people there, right?
I do.
Okay, so just got off the phone. This is a lead. It's on Center Avenue. I'm going to move it to my tab in Trello.
Okay.
At the bottom. Okay. So it's listed on the MLS right now for $495. It's been on the market for 100 days at $500,000.
Okay.
I beat him up pretty hard about it because he was going the route of, the reason why it hasn't sold is because my realtor sucks. And then when it really came down to it, he started telling me stories. Apparently, like they had an offer and the buyer said, hey, leave the TV and the washer and dryer. And the seller was like, done. And his realtor told them no. And so they walked away. There was another one that they were under contract and something came up and he the realtor messed it up and the deal fell out. He's like, it's appraised at $500,000. He's like, I'll sell it to you now off market for $450,000. So we're only getting like a 10% discount, but the play here, it's a super nice condo that has a monster HOA fee. Okay. So I know I'm like going in a bad direction, but Colorado has specific laws around short-term rentals, Airbnb.
Yeah, they do.
This is allowed to be an Airbnb.
Really?
So he's like, it hits all, it checks all the marks. And he's like, listen, I'm an investor. So if I wasn't doing a 1031 exchange into this other project that I'm doing, I would just keep it. And that's what I was going to do. So it would cash flow is have it as an Airbnb. He was talking about, he's like, do your own due diligence. But he's like, I'm thinking minimum $150 a night. He's like, I bet you on certain nights you could get up to $350 because he said you're 3 blocks away from the stadium. So Fort Collins is where Colorado State is.
Okay, you said $150 a night.
Minimum.
He
said other nights, when there's games and stuff like that, certain times of the year, you probably could get $350, maybe even more. He said, you do your own due diligence on that. So this HOA fee covers the water. So there's no water bill.
Okay.
They do all of the exterior maintenance. So there's no landscaping, there's no water bill, and there's no insurance. They cover the insurance of the building.
Okay.
So when you're thinking about this as an owner that's holding this for Airbnb, a lot of what you consider your overhead is like beginning to dwindle away. Like you're not worried about how much water people are using. You're not worried about carrying insurance on the building. You're not worried about landscaping and making sure that stays looking nice. You know what I'm saying? You're not having to do any work on the exterior of the building because the HOA takes care of this.
Yep.
So it's like it's becoming more and more attractive. So that's what I was telling him. I'm like, at the beginning, I was kind of ready to tell you go away because I'm not getting a huge discount. So I'm looking at the pictures on the MLS and I'm like, bro, this looks like Airbnb ready. So I was like, would you just give me the furniture? And he's like, it's negotiable. So we might be able to get it furnished. Okay. So what I am wanting to know is I don't want to mess around with this guy because he's doing a 1031 exchange. He's he's very straight to the point. So I don't really want to, necessarily fuck around with him. So it's like, let's call our people, say, hey, take a look at this. It needs to be people that we have a good relationship with because right now they could just go around us. So be like, hey, we're negotiating a pretty sweet deal here if you're interested in a cool Airbnb right down the street from Colorado State. And see if they'd be interested at that price point without getting a huge discount.
Okay. And you said the address to that is in the lead board, right?
It's under RJ. It's the last one. It's Fort Collins, Colorado. We don't get many leads in Fort Collins, Colorado. So.
Okay. All right. I just got a bunch of notes taken down. I'll give my guys a call. I got a few guys waiting for property up there.
Okay, and just let me know. I told him that I would call him back, either later today or tomorrow.
Okay, I'll probably have an answer for you for the next hour or two.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'll give you a call back.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay. What an interesting day it's been. Nothing normal about today's conversations.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail for Heather Bellini. Please leave a message and I'll return your call as soon as I can. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Heather, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Eden. You had filled out a form on my website saying that you're looking to sell. So give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Concord Lane that you entered on my website. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. What do you ask the title company to find out if they'd be good to work with? I think instead of asking the title company, you should ask buyers, other investors for recommendations. They're going to know a lot better. I mean, what market are you needing title company? And I can probably tell you a good one.
You reached Robert Fowles. Please leave your name and number and a brief message, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. ROBERT, F like Frank, OUST. Thank you.
at the tone. Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Robert, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on North Maple Street. You entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell, so give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Well, Detroit, that's easy. Detroit title. See how much faster that was instead of interviewing them?
Forwarded to an automatic.
That way, boom, I've closed multiple deals with them. I will say some places it's not like they're some amazing title company. Detroit's also known to have a lot of title issues. So sometimes the title issues make you feel like it's the title company's fault.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye. Please leave your message for 7174335.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Glacier. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell, so give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 7044660 available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Henry Cove Road that you entered on my website. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hi, you reached Kelly. I'm not available right now, but if you leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Have a great day. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Kelly, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Northeast 2nd Terrace that you entered on my website. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for.
So, Eric, there's always a mathematical equation to get to your MAO. So, a couple of questions that I would have, and probably the reason why you're feeling the way that you're feeling is because you might be in a low end area. So, for example, if this is Detroit or Birmingham or Jackson, Mississippi, or St. Louis or Kansas City or somewhere like that, what you're looking at is like, okay, this is a tear down, and then all of the properties around here are selling for at the highest values, $60,000 to $75,000. What could I do with that? Then yeah, sometimes it's just there's not a lot of value there. And what you have to wait on is essentially some investors to come in and say, we are now going to tear this down and we're going to raise the price of the values in here, that we're now going to make these new builds $150,000, $200,000 properties. Someone essentially always has to be the first to do that. So I'm assuming that's why you're asked that question, because otherwise, no, there's tear downs all across the country that are being done, that there's plenty of spread. So that's why I would assume that you're asking that question. What max city population you tend to market to so you're not wasting your time? Well, max, I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, the larger the city, the better. I mean, minimum, which maybe is what you meant to type there. Even sometimes it's more about leveraging the tools that we have available. I mean, I'm assuming that seller finance deal that I made in California today, I'm betting the population is less than 5,000 people. But it's understanding the exit strategy and what will you be able to do. So on that, if I can essentially walk into owning 10 acres and a property for free, and then leverage her market knowledge to get it rented out for $2,400 a month, then I think that's worth trying. If you're talking about what do you want to go market to, I mean, maybe you could set a barrier of like 100,000 people or something like that. But I mean, here's the reason why I say this, Horacio. Like, we got a deal in Winchester, Kentucky. If you set that barrier, you would have only been marketing to Louisville and Lexington. You wouldn't have gotten that deal in Winchester. Another good example of that is, I mean, the deal we got in Round Rock, Texas, probably wouldn't hit, but Austin would. But Austin's going to be where it's a lot harder. So don't necessarily think about it as the city's population so much. Where if you want to get specific about where you're going to be marketing, you need to look at those outside of the major city suburbs. You don't want to sleep on those, because I'll be honest with you, I think that's where we probably do the majority of our deals. Isaiah says have to look at land value, and if it's in a neighborhood with a lot of new builds, there can be a lot of builders wanting to build there. Exactly. You don't want to walk away from land deals, because those can be some of the best deals that you end up doing, even if it is just a straight tear down.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic. call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 440525. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, James, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on East 324th. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. So if you could give me a call back at 817-915-6860. Thank you. I used to say on my cell phone yesterday.
The Text Now subscriber you are trying to reach is not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Linda Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell it. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye. Please leave your message for 7866067.
Hey, Eddie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Northwest 146th. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Okay. We're hitting this. There is a gap here where we just have a bunch of non-answers here. So I need to feel like we're in a routine where at the same time in the day, we're calling the same people and they're just not answering during that time. I'm going to go somewhere different in my queue here, see if we get some people answer, because we were on a roll there for a second.
Please leave your message for Please leave your message for 7067689.
Hey, Steven, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Loop Drive that you entered on my website. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, is Donna there?
this is Donna.
Donna, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Foothill Boulevard. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I sent you a text, though, about that we decided not to sell the property.
Oh, did you text it to this phone number?
Maybe,
Yeah.
I probably did.
Yeah, this is a desk phone. That's why. I got you. Okay, well, so you guys are all good. No, don't want to sell it anymore?
Right. My sister wants to buy us out, so we're going to see how that works.
I got you. Okay, well, yeah, I'm glad I got a hold of you finally, but yeah, I'll make sure to take you out of my system, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, though, for your help.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I've been calling that woman for a month, and she's been texting a landline. Yeah. Just answer. I was actually surprised when she answered. Like, whoa. Okay, I don't think you're going to answer the phone there. It's weird. Back-to-back phone numbers that just rang and rang and rang.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 720530 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, James, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Old Mill Trail. I believe you spoke with Nell about potentially selling that property, and I'm interested. Love to talk to you about it, see if we could be a good fit for you. So give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this.
I think it's getting about lunchtime over here for me. And this day is flying by. Holy moly. Hello, this is Georgia.
Hello, this is Georgia. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message after the tone. Thank you.
Hey, Georgia, this is RJ calling about your property in Stone Mountain. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
A mailbox belonging to 7173.
Okay. Phone just never rang.
You reached me, but important.
Someone's drilling right outside my window. She's here. It is now my lunchtime. Y'all have fun with Cassie. I will see y'all shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 days, you have been put into a crucible of fire. You have been tested under pressure and heat, and you have come out as pure titanium.
It was definitely mind-blowing, amazing experience. I've never been to anything like it.
It can wake you up and spark a fire.
Going full force ahead, following exactly what RJ said.
This is the kind of program you want to go to if you want to bring a business to the next level.
We want you to be a part of the titanium family.
Hello, my darlings. How do you do? Hello, Robert Blaine, my biggest fan. I hope you are all having a lovely afternoon. We are rocking and rolling. Oh my goodness. I was just spending some time with Keaton, who is our transaction coordinator, talking about things that we can do to better manage some of its notifications and whatnot. We get a lot of excessive notifications right now. So just for example, we have a group email, transaction coordination email. For those of you who've done deals with us, you know that. It's so that everybody can see it, passes the drop test. If Keaton is, not at work, it allows any of us to pick up the deal where he left off and continue it on, and he could pick it right back up when he is at work. So that's really nice. But like, for example, our signing service had the settings set on like every time anybody touches anything, it like blows up that email. And then we get 4 emails on something within 5 minutes and 2 different emails. So it's super obnoxious. So we're setting some of those. So that our notifications are actually triggering actions and assignments. That's what I call it. So I'm getting to work on that kind of stuff today, just to make our job and our lives easier and make our system operate a little bit more cleanly. Less emissions in our system, if you will. So hello, Horacio. Lower rough areas. Okay. I hope you guys are doing great. I did spend a little bit of time calling on some buyers earlier. I've got some tasks to set for myself. In a not 50 deal challenge capacity. Was the deal is I'm just over here killing it at life. Well, in some ways I'm not, but in a lot of ways we're doing pretty stinking good. Yeah, I'm at the point once again in our day while RJ goes and eats lunch. Well, we have choices. We have choices. I can call sellers. I can call buyers. I can call all kinds of peeps. I guess RJ has this like over here for a reason. I don't know what that reason is. Oh, it's a better angle. I agree. I kept thinking like the angle was weird. Like my face looks weird when I'm at his computer and it's driving me crazy to not be at my station. Like I am literally ready to go build a wall around my new office out there at this point. I truly am. I turned the AC off in here because I was freezing.
All right.
I did it on my last break and you never noticed. Anyways, again, I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Let's look and see if I need to call any of these leads. I feel like 1621. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. I think I've talked to the seller. I feel like I've talked to this seller before, but whatever. 9 a.m. It is not. Vacant land. I am just now, part of the problem with me coming on here in the middle of whatever RJ is doing is I have no idea where he's like hit and left off. We're not like assigning that to him, whereas like normally with our acquisitions team, like we would assign stuff. He is just fully just powering through our leads, you know, like fair game. Everything's fair game. Ew. I don't like it. I always end up needing, do you guys notice? So, funny story and side note. I am always super sleepy at this time. And we will, like, if we have to be in the car, I am not allowed to drive between, like, the hours of 3 and 5:30. RJ will attest to this. We used to flip a lot of houses in Dallas. And every time on the drive home, if we had to come home, like, we tried to get back on this side of town so that, you know, we could beat traffic and, you know, things like that. And after a long day, like, we'd go early, work on our stuff over there, get back at this time of day. 3 p.m. comes around, I get hella sleepy. I will nap for 30 minutes to gain an extra additional 8 hours of being awake for LP2. It's like so bad. Here's what I do. Like, it's so much worse if I'm driving. Even if the car is moving. It's bad. Like, I'm not allowed to drive during this time of day. Like, being in a vehicle, I just get so sleepy. I will literally, and it doesn't matter how much sleep I've had. But with the 50-day challenge, it's driving me crazy because it has nothing to do with it. Like, I'm not getting enough sleep. Not even coffee can keep you up after 3. That makes me feel so much better. Like, I am not joking. Whatever it is, like, being on the live at this time of day, like, triggers it for me. I'm like, I don't want to be on here yawning. Like, I almost don't even notice it unless I'm in a car. Okay? Because if I'm not on this live and I'm not in a car, I'm doing stuff, so it doesn't impact me as bad because like I can power through. But something about like sitting down and like doing, I don't know, doing this, knowing like I don't want to yawn, it just makes me sleepy. Same thing about being in a car, like especially if I'm driving, I'm like, I cannot get sleepy right now. It's always be between like 3 and 5:30. But 3, I just get this like, okay, like my body hasn't like re-tapped into like the second fuel storage for the day or something. And then I try not to drink coffee after like, or energy, anything after 3 o'clock because I already struggle to go to sleep. Like by the time I'm done with the day and I go home from the office, almost every weekday, and I have to say a big shout out and a thank you to the people in my life who love me and understand me. I'm really bad. Like I love to work. I love what we do. I love our business, and I usually will go home and work. And if I don't work, I usually will do some chores. Most nights I then like work, and then it's like I will try to like watch a TV show to make myself stop. And then sometimes I'll just go right to bed, and then sometimes next thing I know it's like 1 a.m. I'm like, what the heck happened to my whole night? Which it's been a lot of that lately. I'm hoping to get on a better schedule though now. But playoff hockey is over. But I really don't want to be yawning on the stinking live. I mean, it's supposed to be fun. Jeremy, I literally say I'm like a baby. I'm like a little baby or a toddler. Like you put me in the car at this time, I guarantee. I wish I had somebody. I wish this worked at like 10 p.m. You know what I'm saying? I wish this worked at 10 p.m. Because I promise you right now, I would literally have my mama drive to my house. Well, she would be asleep. I would have somebody come take me for a quick little 15-minute drive and be passed out when I get home and be waking up at 5:30 in the morning, go to the gym every day without fail. If it worked as well as it does at 3 to 5 in the afternoon. I'm going to let you know. That is straight up. Ask RJ, ask my team. I've said it my whole life. I am like a little baby. You put me in the car and during these hours, I'm out like a light. I mean, I literally have had to pull the vehicle over and be like, RJ, I cannot drive. He'd be like, what are you talking about? I was like, I can't stay awake. And he's like, bro, come on. And I'm like, I can't. I cannot help it. I'm like a little, it's got to be exactly what happens to little babies when you put them in a car and drive them around the block when they need to go sleep and they're driving you crazy. Although my trick to that is turn the shower on and shut the door and let it steam up and then like rock back and forth, like swing. But if that doesn't work, it's straight to the car. I have to worry about my dogs, so. When you're shitty too, that helps with annoying people. We print photo targets. What? Annoying people. Who's annoying me? I don't know. I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention to when you made that comment, and who knows? I'm in my sleepy zone. Like, I will also let you guys know, practice shooting. I mean, I know what you meant, like target practice, but I don't know who's annoying. Who's annoying me? Are you saying that will wake me up? I mean, I like this plan. I love target practice. And I need to get better with my firearm. Not like I'm a good shot with it and everything. I'm not used to it yet. I've only gone to target practice a couple of times since I've had the one I have. I mean, like, yeah, not today. You're not here, right? Are you guys here? If you're here, no, you're in Vegas, right? We definitely can. I think I know a pretty decent place, I think, between here and Wichita Falls, too. Farmington, New Mexico guy. Still don't like that deal. I need to call her back. I love that. That was like my favorite as a kid until I was good at actual Mario Brothers. Ugh, I don't love this deal. Sheila. Oh, do. I also need to put in a really good lender referral to our guy. Mr. Jeremy Demers. I realized, though, you guys, too, that it was not in our show notes. So I need to put her information in here really fast. I am like working on acquisitions, you guys. But it happens to be some off-screen stuff. Sheila is a woman that I spoke to last week. And she needs help. Arkansas. I really need Mr. RJ Bates the third. Cassie is trying to help me get into a new property loan, but I am up there in age and love a zero down situation. I don't want to keep up my current home. Want to sell it to her. Okay, so what I was saying is I have a deal with Sheila that I needed to put this in there and get her a hold of Jeremy so they could talk. I need to follow up. Anyways, I really loved this woman. She was a sweet baby angel. So I'm gonna put to follow up tomorrow. What I was doing there is, like, if you guys heard that conversation, is she didn't know how she was gonna move into a new house. So we have this fantastic lender, and I really thought that this form was in our show notes. So I'm gonna have to ask RJ why it's not, because I didn't see it when I looked earlier. But we have a form that you can fill out. You know, it just email, name, phone, state you're located, what type of financing, conventional, VA, FHA, construction, investment, reverse mortgage, hard money, private money, not sure, general advice. When do you need help with your financing advice? And then just some notes, right? And then, you know, Jeremy has so many options. Like, we're considering looking at some short-term rental, buy and hold. You know, he has 30 different types of loan packages or something to that effect. Connected with so many different types of lending opportunities there. And he is one of my favorite humans. I am very much looking forward to being in Arizona in November, when he and his beautiful wife-to-be, who I already considered his wife since the day that I've known them, but they're actually making it official. They're getting married in November, and I would say, interestingly enough, they're a lot like us, where it's just like they're probably two of our best friends in the whole world, yet they're just as bad about it as us. Like we don't do a lot of friend stuff. Like, I mean, we don't do a lot of friend stuff. We have a lot of wonderful friends. We don't do a lot of friend stuff. I can't really say that, like, you know, it's odd because, like, our friends group, like, isn't really local. Like, a lot of our friends are just all over the country. But Courtney and Jeremy are two of my most favorite people in the world. We've done a lot of different business together over the years, and we're just I couldn't recommend anybody better. And I thought that this was supposed to be in the show notes because he has a plethora of options for people. You know, for us, it's fantastic because we do so many different things. He's a former appraiser. He's a real estate investor. He has a real estate license in Phoenix. And he does lending all over the country. So it's beautiful. Currently picking counties and iSpeed and Speedly, looking at Privy to find hot areas hitting Texas, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, going for hot counties. I did hear RJ say just outside of them is going well. Oh, yeah, buddy. We love it. We love it, love it. We mean it, mean it. Anyways, I'm going to see if RJ will get this. in there. And actually, Jeremy called me earlier, and I forgot to call him back. I was on the other line. Jeremy, if you're watching this, la, 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 la. I am really afraid I'm going to get us booted off again by like humming and singing songs. Like I don't mean to be humming and singing. Oof. This stupid Natalie Nat. I've got some leads to upload in here as well. Oop. Copy. Paste. Let me get these uploaded, my loves. I'll start calling. I don't know if you guys know this, but like there is a part of me, like I know RJ did a bunch of leads on Speed to Lead, and I kind of went to download them and port them in because like when I buy them, I port them into our CRM. When he does, he don't do that. He has never done it, so he's like, how? And every time I'm like, why don't you put them in the CRM? And he'll be like, how? And I'm like, just don't even buy them. Dag nabbit. But I don't think he has the power up on his login. So I got to give him a little bit of a break. A little bit of a break, I guess. Anybody have any wins so far this week? Tell me while I'm uploading these, before I start dialing, let me hear your number one takeaway from the 50-50-50, or let me hear a win for the week. I want to see one of the two of those in the chat from anybody watching and listening. I want to see some likes. I don't have it pulled up on YouTube on another device. I do at my computer. But I want to see the likes. I want to see the shares. I want to help more people. I want to show more people what we do that's working. It's working. Oops. I didn't mean it. Card name. Hello, Mendelson. No need to overcomplicate calls to sellers. That's right, buddy. That is so right. I am so big on it. If you're new to us or me or this, you can ask anybody who knows. We're really big on not overcomplicating it. Really big on learning how to underwrite, how to comp, how to assess the property. And then you don't have to overcomplicate your calls with the sellers. So many of these coaching, sales training type of things overcomplicate it so much, in my opinion. Like, so much. Okay. Love that that's your takeaway. People will often ask, like, how is it so easy? And it's like, yeah, we really comp that fast. We really underwrite it that fast. We really use the quick calculator. I go into so much depth on that on our Crucible, on our boot camp. With like our attendees, our students, titans, mentees, whatever you want to call them. Army of people out there just pouring into their knowledge under the titanium umbrella anyways. I harp on it. Like I push it so hard. The more reps you get in that area, the better you're going to be. I see way too many people out here trying to invest in wholesale and, oh my gosh, their numbers just are dog do. Nobody else has a win or a takeaway. Just Mendelson Augustine. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's how it's in my name. That's how your name is said in my head, and it's a cool name. I'd be really disappointed to learn that's not your real name. We have a crispy bacon. He spells it Chris, middle initial P, last name Bacon. That's his username on here, not his real name. And I didn't even realize it until he had to tell me. It was so funny. Oh, he sent us a JV email and I saw it and I was like, wait, wasn't that Chris Bacon? Middle initial is P. It's so good. I love it. Like when I don't catch stuff like that. Oh, it's so good. Like there is like my favorite one probably of all time of those came from the actual first 50-50-50. And it's the day Robert Blaine. That's all I'm going to say. If you know, you know. But I went on. It had to be well over a month, if not months, before my biggest fan, Robert Blaine, it all came to make sense. That is one of my favorite moments of all time. Like, I still think about when the light bulb went off, and it still makes me laugh 3 years later. Robert Blaine. It was so good, right, Kip? I genuinely did not know until the comment about and he thought I knew the whole time until the comment about Harry Potter being a ripoff of X-Men. It's still so good. Oh, I love it when I don't catch on to stuff like that and I'm just sitting over here being a dingbat. Oh, it's so good. Elijah kind of makes fun of me. He's like, sometimes, like, on the one hand, like, I literally think so much. Like, he's like, you'll be over there in, like, Cassie lawyer mode, blah, 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 you know, you're just, like, geeking out and super smart that it's so amazing. Like, when I'm, like, just so, like, over here in my own little world and I don't even realize something is going on and it's super funny. That damn Harry Potter. So good. Still gets me to this day. Whew. Robert Blaine, my biggest fan. He's my biggest fan. All right. I don't want this one. Ish. I don't really like that one either. Yeah, I've got, like, just so you guys are aware of what I'm looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 10. I have 10 people in follow-up, or 10 leads in follow-up. And like the reason why is like almost every one of them, and I don't even know how I got like all lucky on this. It's like I was calling every package deal on the planet. A lot of them are asking like market value for their packages. I always put packet deals in a spreadsheet, and I just haven't done it. And I'm just being real. Like I'm not overly motivated on them. Kind of letting them season. I've got a couple of these that I do like. And so I just want to keep going through them. I have them all set to like plop into some spreadsheets tonight, see what we would offer on them, and then roll. None of them are deals that are massively exciting to me right now. Although there is one in Farmington, New Mexico. I feel like if I can get this under contract, they're decent. And I feel like we have an automatic buyer for them. If you know, you know. I know. So I'm filtering through those, so I'm not like missing anything. You know, that doesn't include that Toledo property that I called yesterday. She's seeing if she's going under contract today. So I will call her either pretty late in the day today. So most of my list is knocked off. Other than that, I'm going to try to call some people. Since y'all don't want to tell me your wins or your biggest takeaways so far from the 50-50-50. Kip, are you getting ready to get to Texas? You're going to be here in just over a week, right?
Hello?
Hello, this is Cassie. I'm calling for Philip. Hi, Philip. I'm calling about the property there in so I had emailed you and you were not able to talk, and I've been trying to get a hold of you. You had a Google Assistant number and it hung up on me when I've tried to call you back.
I don't remember receiving the email.
Okay. Well, let me double check to make sure I have your right email address. I copied and pasted it.
What would have been the email address that came in?
It would have been from
Maybe I did randomly see it and delete it because it didn't look email that I needed.
Okay, well, I would have titled it a property address, so that would have been the subject. So I know that you had wanted to sell it 3 weeks from when you first talked to May, but that was at the beginning of April. Have you already sold the property?
Yes, ma'am.
You have already sold it? Oh, okay. So, well, I guess my email's not that important now.
My apologies, ma'am.
Yep, no worries. All right, well, if you have another property you want to sell, you have our number.
Yes, ma'am. You have a good day.
You too, bye-bye. That was totally a wholesaler. I smell that from a mile away. did, and he had a Google number. Please. I'm so excited too, Kip. So excited. I hope you're going to be like bringing on like, what supplement can you take for focus? Fish oil? Bring your notepads. I'm telling you, buddy. It is intense. I mean, intense. I'm going to literally make you write down like the blueprint of everything you need to do ever. Ginkgo biloba? Is that how you say that? I know what you're talking about. Hey, I need to write those down. Somebody put that. Hey, Alexa, put that on my grocery list. Ginkgo, fish oil. I am actually thinking about looking into, like, I used to have this, and I don't remember what brand it was, but this has been a long time ago. I want to say it was like Herbalife, and it had like 9 vitamins in it, and it was fantastic. I'm putting this on my grocery list though. Anyways, it helps with all kinds of things like that, and I do believe I absolutely have ADD. If I don't, then I'm pretty sure being business's owner has made me ADD. I want all the vitamins. I'm really bad about taking my vitamins right now. And I feel like that would actually help me with this 3 p.m. like energy drainage that I get. You'll bring crazy energy. I bought into that for like $1,100 in the 1900s. 1900s, stop! Mine was like probably the early 2000s because I was really young. And I worked at Red Lobster. And somebody that I worked with was like, these things are amazing. And I remember taking it, and I just remember like being really like regulated. Like my sleep was good, my workouts were good. I wasn't like having like crashes and stuff. And it was just, I mean, I'm pretty good other than that most of the time anyways, but it helped my focus, all that good stuff. Beep, 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 beep. Bow, 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 bow. I should trademark my little songs that I make up. I don't remember exactly what it was though, Jeremy, but I think that they had like different, I almost just dialed on the keypad. I wanted to dial the phone, and I was dialing right here. What a dork. I should move the phone. I want to move it to the other side of the desk really badly. Anyways, I should look into something like that. Keaton has those little vitamin packs, like he takes like that. I know it'd be so much better about taking my vitamins if I had those. Ba, 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 ba. Crystal, did I do something funny? What was funny? I know, I'm a hot mess, you guys. You don't gotta tell me. Holy shit, this guy, I want to call him because this guy sounds like a nightmare.
Hi, you've reached Brandon from Avellino Construction and Property Management. Please leave a detailed message and your call.
Oh, geez, I was muted. I said no, unless you consider selling jerseys on eBay for 5 minutes of our life. We did not get into the e-com business. Baltimore. Oh, what a hot mess this lead seems to be. Let's try him.
The number you are trying to call is not reachable.
This is also why I'm standing desk and I need a treadmill. 3 o'clock hour. If I walk while I work, it'll keep me awake. I think this is going to be my reward for all of the 50 deal challenge. Moving that sucker to dead. I don't understand why this one is not marked as dead.
Yeah. Okay.
Moving this to dead. I ain't even calling on that one.
Okay. Probably not enough spread there for us to come in, but I can, can you text me the address one more time? I didn't write that one out. Can you text me the address one more time? I can look at it in a little bit more detail. Yeah. And by the way, I know you signed the agreement on the other property.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 318.
To follow up with you about this property. I'm not sure if you're still looking to sell it. If you are, please give me a call back on the number on your caller ID, or my direct line is 817-489-5680. Just let us know if you've already sold it or you're not looking to sell any longer. Just let us know, so we'll quit scheduling to follow up with you to see when you're looking to sell. We appreciate your time and look forward to speaking with you. La-di-da. See, there I go again. Son of a biscuit. Let's go, Georgia. Oh, RJ called on it yesterday. And yesterday. And yesterday. I like this one. Let's call her.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message. Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Calling about a property you had entered on an ad on there in Deer Creek Cove. Just following up, getting to know some more information, see if we can buy that property off of you. Give me a call back whenever you get a chance. Call the number on your caller ID, or my direct line is 817. Mr. Bates, are you ready to get back to the grind?
I am.
All right, you fine, lovely friends. We are going to let this guy get back in here and kill it on some fresh leads we got in here as soon as we are done with our quick commercial break. This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes, and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is pricing. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track. Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in Titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
Let's get to it.
Hello.
Hello, is this the owner of the property on Deer Creek Cove?
It is.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about that property. You, I guess it's a lot that you entered on my website saying that you're looking to sell. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. How much are you looking to get for that?
Right now, I got it listed for $18K an acre.
Okay, how many acres is it?
15 acres.
Okay. I know sometimes land can be a little bit tricky. All that came over was Deer Creek Cove. Does it have an actual address to it?
There's not. There's not an address. However, I didn't do it on your website. I know it's listed on Craigslist. It's listed on Marketplace with Facebook, but you will see the actual picture of the. Actually, I probably can email it to you. Do you have an email address?
I do.
Okay.
It's
On my computer,
okay.
I can email you what it looks like and where it is. It doesn't have an address, but this can give you an idea of what it looks like.
What is it zoned as?
R1.
Gotcha.
Residential, yeah.
Hold on 1 second for me.
No problem.
Hey, Chuck. How are you? Good. Hey, can you give me just 1 second? I'm on the phone with somebody else, but I'm about to get off the phone with them, okay?
I'm just looking at my email.
All right. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Do you want to take down my email and email it over to me, and then I can take a look at it and tell you what I can do?
Yeah.
My email is rj at titanium, TITANIUM, props, PROPS.com.
Okay. RJ Titanium. Okay, there you are. I have it here, and I will upload that those pictures. One thing that is, I don't know if you'll be able to see this on the pictures. It is a hilltop. It does have like a hilltop area.
Okay.
That's where I want to build my house.
Gotcha.
But you'll be able to see all of it.
Okay. Yeah. Send it over to me. I'll take a look at it. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Sorry about that, man. That's all right. Well, how you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
Good. Did you get my voicemail I left you yesterday?
I did. That was one lengthy one. It was a good one.
I was like, he's gonna call me back after I leave this one. I love it. All right. Let me get you pulled up here real quick. So you got a property you want to sell me, right?
Yes, sir.
How much you looking to get for it?
I would like to walk away with 125 somewhere in there.
So 125 total.
Well, we owe 98 on it.
So 125 plus 98.
Yeah, plus the 98, whatever that is.
Okay. What's going on with the property?
Now that we're retiring, we bought another house in Alabama.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, but
What's the condition like?
it's in good shape. Everything on the exterior wise is 3 years old. Rose siding, windows, etc. Garage doors. The only thing major that it needs is a new furnace and AC system.
Okay.
We patched it last year. It's like 20 years old. So we patched it last year, and it lasted last summer. So.
Gotcha. All right, let's got you found here. Let me pull this up and see what we can do. How many square feet is your property?
It's the house itself.
Yep.
It's 1,800. 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, full basement.
Is the basement finished?
No, it is not.
Okay.
They have what they call a wet bar for the washing machine and stuff down there. That's it.
Outside of the AC and the furnace, is there any known like work that it needs to it?
No, the floors, except for 1 bedroom, have been updated, carpeting, tile and stuff. It needs, some touch-up paint and stuff like that. But other than that, no, I don't know of anything major.
Okay.
Our little bathroom was redone. It's got one jet tubs in it and all that stuff. So.
You're kind of out there in the middle of nowhere, aren't you?
Yeah, we're kind of out of the middle where it's nice and quiet. It's better than living in some of these cities nowadays.
Yeah. The problem that I run into there is I'm an investor, so I'm trying to figure out what I could do with it. Selling it, it's probably gonna sit for a minute, right? Rental wise, not sure what kind of rental market there would be out there. How much land comes with it?
It's 10 acres. And it's got a pond on it, and the back house sits on about 2. And then the back 8 is fenced. Pond. Yep.
Is it stocked?
I'm sorry, what you saying?
Is the pond, is it stocked?
Yeah, it's got fish in it. Catfish, bass, bluegill.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you, do you need the 125 cash, or would you be open to something creative?
Depends on what you mean by creative.
Might be easier for us to do something where, you know, the 125, you could do seller finance where we pay it to you over the course of time, where you can earn interest on it.
No, I don't think we want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, the 125 would be the way to go.
Gotcha. So just cash only.
Right.
What year was the house built in? Because I'm not getting any information on my system. So 1978. Okay. Sorry, I keep having to ask this. It's pulling up information on all the other properties, but not yours.
Yeah, it's a ranch, two-car attached garage. So
And it looks pretty from what I'm looking at.
yeah, it's a good looking house. It's got a check on the back with a walkout basement.
So you've got, like, what I'm looking here, I see the property, you got like the little half moon circle drive in the front, right? And then right off to the back left, is that your pond?
Yeah, that's our pond. If you're standing to the side of the house and just back
Right.
off to the left there.
And then what's that big body of water further back? Is that somebody else's pond?
Right, there's another one further back, and that's a cattle rancher that's in back of us. That's his pond.
Because your lot ends with the tree line, right? Like you're this perfect rectangle of trees.
Well, yeah, our 10 acres, yeah, it butts up against his, but there is no tree line per se.
Gotcha.
He's got pasture on both sides of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no tree line per se.
I see. So you're a little bit closer to his pond.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's within walking distance from the back of ours.
So this image I'm looking at was taken in 2023. On the top left of your trees, did you cut down and sell some timber back there?
No, that is old railroad ties.
Okay.
When we bought this house 27 years ago, there was an old man living in it, and believe it or not, he had a furnace in the basement, and that's how he heated his house with railroad ties. He made a deal with the railroad, and they gave him all the used railroad ties. So,
Wow.
yeah, when we bought it, no, we're not. That's so hazardous, you wouldn't believe. So,
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, and
yeah.
and also that's a heck of a walk.
Just the creosote, I would be scared to death of it.
Yeah, golly. All right. So I'm interested. A couple of concerns that I have is how rural it is, right?
Well, rural wise, there's a Walmart in either direction, 20 miles away. It's not really real rural.
Right.
Garnett is a mid-sized town that's 10 miles away, and it has the normal grocery stores, Dollar General, and all that stuff. So it's not really where you have to drive 2 hours to get someplace.
Right.
So I drive back and forth. I work up in Olathe, which is part of Kansas City, and it just takes me 45 minutes to get up there.
Gotcha.
So, and there's neighbors across the street, and there's
Right.
stuff like that. So it's not,
The best way I can put it is it's better suited for the owner occupant than the investor. So I'm looking at it with probably a different lens than how you look at it, because you're like, no, I've lived here forever. I love it. I'm out here in the quiet, and I would agree if it's like, hey, this is where I wanted to go move, but that's not what I'm doing. So that's what I mean by that. On that note, that doesn't mean it can't work for us, because it's a good size of land. And I don't think you're asking an unreasonable price for it either. So trying to think about what the best solution is, because I don't want to string you along, and I don't want to get into something where it's like I say, yeah, we can do your price, which I'm looking, it's like roughly 223, and then waste your time. Speaking of time, what is the time frame in which you guys are wanting to sell and get moved to your new property?
we have went into this. We purchased another house where we're going to retire in Alabama. So as far as time frame wise, there is no hard in stone, but we would like to look at, let's say, July 1st, somewhere in there.
Okay. Which is pretty reasonable. I mean, that gives us basically a month. If it ended up being that I needed more time, is that a bad thing?
No, that's not a bad thing.
Okay.
I understand that, especially buying another house, ordeal we went through.
What part of Alabama did you buy in?
Troy, Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a daughter that lives close down there, and so forth and so on. We just the taxes are cheaper, everything's cheaper down there. So that's money is really the real reason we moved down there, just money.
Right. Well, it wouldn't help or it doesn't hurt to sell this and walk away with $125,000,
Just food tax here is 16%.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It is crazy. It used to be 9, and then they started. The counties got in on it, and the state. Yeah.
So you're moving to the home of the Trojans.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
You gonna go to any of the games?
Yeah, we plan on it.
Yeah.
We plan on it. Yeah.
That's fun.
Are you a fan?
Well, I'm a college football fan, so yeah. I mean, I have a problem with remembering all the schools' mascots, and it's also part of what I do, right? I mean, I talked to a guy about a property in Fort Collins, Colorado today, and the reason why that could be a deal is because it's right there by Colorado State, and it's like that matters when you're looking at, well, could we keep it and rent it? Could we do Airbnb where, you got games coming in and, stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Like with this one, it's going, okay, what could I do with this? Because really we want to keep everything long-term. The short just turn around and fix it up and sell it or whatnot, that turns into just a transactional business. That's not really, I mean, you need that just to make money, but so it's like looking at this, it's like, well, what?
I know, I will tell you this, that rental properties are hard to come by around here, so.
Right.
Yeah, they really are.
And I see that, you know, I see how that could be. Then you got to be careful because you got, 10 acres. So if you are using it as a rental property, well, you got to make sure they're going to take care of 10 acres, you know. That's a lot to take care of. I'm sure you know better than I do.
Yeah. My dad dealt with rental properties for a while, and it can be a nightmare.
Yep. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking are you tech savvy? Like, are you good with like sending text messages and stuff like that?
I can.
Because one of the things I'd want is to get pictures of the property, and if you could take pictures and send text of them to me, then I have a general idea of the condition. But I think realistically, if I say 223, that's what you need. I think I can make that work. Send you over a contract for the 223, and then give me, a week or so here to do some due diligence and just verify that I could do a couple of things that I'm wanting to do here. I think we can make it work. And like I said, try to get as close as possible at July 1st. Or if, like you said, if I need a little bit more time, you're okay with that. And we'll work around your schedule. Like, I'm not going to hold you to it if it's like, hey, July 1st, you need some more time because you're making a big move. I completely understand that. So what I have is you gave me an email of okay. Let me verify one other thing real quick. Are you the sole owner?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an email for Linda? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write that contract for the 223, send that over to you, so to both you and Linda, so that way you guys can sign that, and then once you sign that, we'll send a welcome email to you, and then what I can do is I can give you a link where you can just drop the photos, or you can just text them, whichever one's easier for you. Then this is my cell phone number, so you can text them here. Yeah, that's probably easiest. Just text them here. And then, like I said, we'll get the process started. I completely understand your situation on what you're trying to get accomplished here. So I'm going to try not to waste any of your time, just being fully transparent with you. I just want you to know, like, normally when I do deals, it's like I'm 99% sure we're going to get it closed. Being fully transparent with you, I'm more closer to like 85%. So, and that's just me saying, hey, man, you're out there in the boonies, but you're selling me a good piece of land. So I want to get it. So I just got to figure some things out. That's all I got to do.
The pictures.
Yes.
You got pictures of the outside, or you want more of the outside?
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything?
it won't even drop the little guy on Google Street View. I see it from up top, but that's it. So I've got a good idea of what the land looks like, you know. I mean, if you could give me a cool picture of the pond there, but realistically, it's more about the house, you know, just pictures of the exterior. You know, give me a good picture of that old AC unit. You know, like I don't know what's going on in the back there from this, you know, it's really pixelated. So it looks like there's some concrete or porch or something in the back, you know, so what that is. And then just room by room, just, you know, stuff like that. I don't care about any of that. I ain't looking at your stuff, bro. And yeah. And the other thing about it is, Chuck, is I'm going to promise you, no matter what you send me, I have seen 5,000 times worse. In fact, funny enough, I'll tell you this because you guys can go find it. Me and my partner Cassie, we were just on A&E's zombie house flipping show, and our episode that aired, it was called The Cat Poop House. The entire house was covered in cat urine and feces everywhere. And Chuck, I have seen some bad stuff, but that house legitimately made me physically ill. Like, I mean, I got sick where like I couldn't do anything for a couple of days because it was so bad. And we were wearing masks. Like, I mean, it was terrible. Yeah, Cassie, she heard me and she said I'll never be the same after that house. No, I mean, it was a good deal. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, doing a TV show kind of made me want to do it a little bit more, but it's also, I mean, I talked about this a lot on that deal. The only people that are going to fix that house are real estate investors, and it's kind of our responsibility. You know, I mean, dude, it was so bad. You could smell it standing at each one of the neighbors' houses. So imagine you walking out in your backyard and all you could smell is cat pee and poop, you know, I mean, so they loved us, you know, and we were able to fix it. And it was right here in my backyard. So there's a certain level of responsibility that's like, all right, man, somebody's got to do it. So we had to rip it down to the studs, every bit of drywall, every bit of insulation, everything down to essentially the exterior wall and the framing. And then we had to spray over the entire property and sanitize it. And we had to acid wash the foundation, the garage. I mean, it was a full remediation, and then come back with all new insulation, all new drywall, everything. I mean, we essentially stripped it back down to where it was almost a brand new house. But that was a very intense project. So yeah, I'm okay with seeing a couple of boxes.
Okay. I'll get those texts to you and we'll go from there.
All right, Chuck. Sounds good. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Just want to let y'all know that if you were here yesterday and you heard the voicemail that I left him, it was a memorable one. Called him May 18th, called him May 23rd, called him May 24th, called him May 25th, called him May 29th. Left him a very, very unique voicemail yesterday. His name's Chuck Norris. I used Chuck Norris jokes. I told him 5 cheesy Chuck Norris jokes in the voicemail and got him to call back today. Sometimes you got to be creative with it. Daniel, we have a question. How many sheds have you sold? Me and Patrick have a bet on it. I need to know the exact amount. Daniel don't want to see the KPIs. I'll share them just for Daniel. Get you some of those belts, Daniel. All right. Hold on, we need to update the KPIs since we're sending that. All righty. Back to where we were.
Leave a message after the beep.
Hello, Charles. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Brightondale. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hi, is Ernie there?
Yeah, it's
Ernie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Cedar Hill. How are you? You entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. How much you looking to get for that?
I don't know, it's somewhere between like 30, 50, like that.
Say that again. Your phone broke up a little bit.
Somewhere between 330 and 360, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. All right. And this is a single family home. Is that correct? And I see 1,700 square, like 1,760 square feet.
No, that's wrong. I don't know where they get some of their information from, but it's 2,600 square foot, and it's got a garage and everything too. It's on 2 lots, though. The home sits on 1 lot, and there's an adjacent lot right next to it. And they're both each lot is an acre, 0.84 each of it, so almost 4 acres. It's got 3 fireplaces, 2 huge stone, one brick, one in the in the master bedroom, a brick fireplace. It's a unique home. It's not one of these cookie cutter homes, and it just had a new green metal roof, and it's a mansard roof, and it just was done in 21. It got a solar system on it now. It was done in 22. And it's an all-electric home. It has a well and septic, so there is no other bill but an electric bill, and sometimes you don't even have one.
Gotcha.
That's really during the winter and stuff. So, but yeah, it's a nice home. It's what I would call a raised ranch, but people really don't see it that way. But that's what it is.
All righty. Give me just a few seconds here. The 2,600 square feet, does that include the basement?
Well, like I said, it's a raised ranch, which you come in on a lower level, but there is a crawl space underneath it.
Okay.
Where a basement would be. But you come in on the first floor and then you go up. And just the upstairs is 1,800 something.
Gotcha. That's how they're coming up with that. Okay.
You see the home, you see why.
Yeah.
And it has, I mean, I'm not saying it does need, some cosmetic work, but, not say it needs a kitchen, something like that, say, kitchen appliances. It's dated, some of the stuff.
Okay. Out of curiosity, how did you come up with the 330, 360 price?
That's just what I was coming up with, and that I thought about selling a little cheaper just on the 1 lot here, but then I thought I don't know what I wanted to do really about that. I mean, if you just want it, on this 1 lot, and the view here, I'm at the very top of a hill, and the view overlooks the valley that the big river is about 2 miles away, and it just looks like it goes forever. It's just a beautiful place.
Right. So it's funny because when I have 3 different systems that I use to pull up property values. They all gave me a value of right around what you said. One says 332, 502. The other one says 316, 875. And the other one's in the mid 3s. So it's funny because that's why I asked you, well, where did you come up with this? Because then what I use these systems for is to then pull comps. And it's like, I got 1.5 miles out. I ain't got anything remotely close to that price. I got another one 3 miles out. I ain't got anything remotely close to that price. And I got another one 1 mile out, and I ain't got anything close to that price. So, not saying it's not worth $350,000. It very well easily could be. The problem is
what I was going to do personally, I was going to develop this. I followed Jason. I was going to develop that with a pole barn, a good sized pole barn. I'm in Missouri,
Right.
and just on on that lot with a good sized pole barn, that would have went up at least $125,000, depending on what I'd have into the pole barn.
Right. So
But I do some of that myself, so I can save some money by doing some of it myself.
right.
But I don't know, I haven't given up on that idea either yet. So I'm 61 now, but I don't feel it. Everybody keeps telling me I need to work through. Some of the things I do when I'm still doing.
Right.
I don't feel that at all.
So the issue for me is I'm an investor, so I'm looking at my exit strategy first. There's no value there in me flipping it, even though the property needs a little bit of cosmetic work. We can't sell it for much higher than what you need for it. And then keeping it as a rental, not really. Maybe doing what you were talking about, but again, I just, from an investor standpoint, I can't really build a bridge because I'm not seeing anything to compare to. So I'm not saying you don't have what you have, but I just can't see it from my end with facts,
I will tell you right here, though, that everything is starting to shoot up right here in this area.
Right.
I thought it was going to happen quite a while ago. I've been here since '95. And I was surprised how long it's starting to take, but it's one of the sought after areas. And where I'm at with this view, I'm telling you, I can't remember what the real estate people call it. Something that's known between them, and we got real estate on that side of the road, and right there, they know it's more money.
Right.
So, but I understand the situation, but
yeah, I don't think it's a good fit for me. It might be for a local investor. It can also, just if you go talk to a realtor, they might say, "Listen, with this view, we could sell this for $400,000." So.
Yeah. Just doing a little bit of work, and you could just put up a cheap pole barn out there, and not get that.
Right.
I'm just still in between what I want to do, but I understand your situation.
Yep. All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time, and best of luck with everything. Okay.
Okay, you too.
All right. Bye bye. Yeah. God dang it. What is going on? My leg fell asleep. Hello, this is RJ.
Hi, RJ. It's Marcus Jones. I'm returning your call.
Yes, I was calling about your property there on Knox Road that you entered on my website. Are you looking to sell that property?
I'm interested in entertaining that idea again.
Alrighty. How much were you looking to get for that property?
Like 100 at least.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what's going on with the property.
I'm currently renting it to my aunt, and they're telling me they're going to move out. And I'm in California, and it's in Alabama, and they just don't have the time and energy to find another renter for it.
I got you.
It was left to me by my father when he passed.
Sorry to hear about your father's passing there. Let me see here. What's the condition like of the property?
Fair. I think it's just on about just shy of an acre of land, I believe. I think it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It might need some minor work, but nothing major.
Okay.
Tenants took really good care of it.
Give me just a few minutes. I'm pulling up some information about it in the area. When was the last time, I don't know, floors, paint, stuff like that was done to the property.
That I don't know.
Let me pull this up on another system, see if I can see some more information on it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, just taking a look at like values around there, we had a property with similar size lot size, but looks like about 800 more square feet, sold for like 145. Looks like we had one with like 392,000 square feet lot, sold for 120. But there's not a whole lot of action around there. I just don't know that this is a good fit for me. I think it might be a little too rural for me where it's located. Because price point wise, if we were to come in somewhere close to 100,000, we need to keep it as a rental. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of value there on the resale. So I just don't think it's a good fit for us. Think maybe you could get closer to that 100,000 if you list it with a realtor. Doesn't look like there's crazy days on market out there, but I just think the location is just not a good fit for us.
What number would you be more comfortable with?
I mean, some of it is based off of like the unknown of how much work we would need to do to it. I mean, like this house that sold for 120 on County Road 34. I mean, it's kind of got a grand look to it, cleared off of the front of the lot, and it had a huge 400,000 square foot. It sold for 120. I don't even know how that's possible. Let me look at this one on Knox Road. I mean, just being real with you, I think you can make a lot more money selling to somebody else, but I would probably want to come in somewhere around 60,000.
60.
Yeah. And like I said, that's what I'm saying. I think you could get more with somebody else. I'm just being like uber conservative, just based off of what I'm able to pull around there. And the worst part about it is the two properties that are most comparable to yours from a lot size and a square footage of property, sold for 145 and 120, but the similar lot size had 800 square feet more house. And then the one that had similar square footage house had 10 times as much land. And so it's like that there's nothing that I can point to and say, there's the 43,000 square foot lot with the 1,500 square foot house. That makes me feel like that's the value. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just being uber conservative on it. like I said, man, I think if you called some realtors around there, you might be able to get a lot more. I don't think I'm, and I don't say this often, I just don't think I'm the best solution for you.
All right, fair enough.
All right. Sorry about that, Marcus. All right, bye-bye.
No worries. Thank you. Bye.
Come on, baby. Be a good lead. Oh, it's a mobile home. Oh, so disappointing. It's the biggest bottle of water of all time.
Please leave your message for 208-269.
Hi, Leah. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on South 5th Avenue. You entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell, so if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Okay, I got a missed call in Virginia. Who is this calling me back? Cassie says I can search by phone numbers, and every time I do it, I don't ever get a result. I must be doing the wrong thing. I'm wondering if it's because I'm not entering the parentheses. I think that's it. Well, it's someone from our inside of our CRM. And it's clearly someone that hasn't answered. I haven't saved them in my phone. Ah, she's working on it. I see. You told me I can do it, and I can't. Now I'm just wondering if it was just somebody spamming me. Let's call someone else in the meantime.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 501-580 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Cody. It's RJ. Call me back. 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sid. Sorry, can't get to the phone. Leave your name and number, and I'll get right back to you. Thanks.
Hey, Sid, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Live Oak Drive. You entered it on my website. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 815-354 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Michael, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on South Roberts Road that you entered on my website saying that you're looking to sell. Could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Church Lane. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, my friend. How about yourself?
Pretty good. You entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Uh-huh.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for that property?
What did I put on there? I think it was about 180, something like that? 160.
Okay. Tell me.
Market value around there is about 240.
Okay.
When I got the insurance, it's insured over for 240.
All right. Well, tell me a little bit about what's going on with the property.
It does need updating. Updating the windows and it needs a good. It needs a good makeover.
Gotcha. Is it vacant? Is it occupied or?
Yeah, it's vacant right now.
Gotcha. Was it previously like a rental property or what was it used as?
Yeah, rental property.
I gotcha. Out of curiosity, how much rent were you able to get out of it?
$16.50.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. The whole area is expensive.
Right.
The whole area is expensive. If you get anything anywhere around, throughout Maryland, Baltimore, Virginia, the average rent, oh my goodness, it can go through the roof. And that's the bottom side. Rent goes up to $3,000 in this area, depending on square footage and the location.
Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me. Did you say you wanted 160 for it?
160, 180.
Okay.
Between 160 and 180, somewhere around in there. It all depends on what is it? Would you guys pay closing costs?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So on the bottom side of that, like 160.
Okay. And you said it could be worth 240 if I fixed it up.
Right.
How many square feet is
Right
it?
now,
1150.
It's insured for 240 right now.
Okay. If you had to guess how much money I'm gonna have to spend on fixing it up, how much would you think?
To make it real nice, about 30.
Okay.
To make it real nice. My ideals was, to go smart, add a electric car, hook up to it, and and then do it above for what the insurance company have it for, like upwards of $300,000, because there are homes in the neighborhood that do substantiate the comps, because it's 2 miles away from the Chester River, so they're $1 million properties within 2 miles of the location.
All right.
So it's really whatever you put into it. I mean, you kind of look for, and mind you, not only because the advertisement popped up, it just, I'm moving toward that, what I'm talking to. I'm not just talking because I don't know, but that's definitely the direction. Either I take a loss on it and sell it to get the money faster, or take my time and finish doing exactly what I said and maximize on it. But I know I'm gonna have to do exactly what I just said. Smart everything, upgrade the appliances, and put electric car hookup out front.
Right.
In the driveway, and shoot that bad boy up to like 350, and sit back and wait on it. Get some, landscaping done, that sort of thing, and how that stuff is done.
Yeah. How long have you owned it?
I've had it for about 2 years now. Just under 2 years.
Just under 2 years. Yeah, I actually got it to flip it.
Right.
I got the thing to flip it. Yeah.
Man, this thing is really hard to comp. Everywhere I look, it's like there's nothing sold around there.
Probably have to, kind of take your time, do the homework on it, and then ring me back, because, it's, again, it's in a, you have to do the research of the area. It's 2 miles out of Old Town, Chestertown, and 2 miles off of the Chester River. So, you kind of gotta.
Yeah, I got you. Let me do this. Let me call my realtor up there and get some numbers, and then I'll give you a shout back. Okay.
Good deal.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Patrick. Who's your girl in Maryland?
You're talking about Tanya.
Yeah. I need to know if this is a deal or not.
Yes.
Bro, look at this. Prop stream, nothing. We got 2 mobile homes and vacant land in 3 miles. Batch,
Nothing.
3 miles, 1 comp. Privy,
Nothing.
nothing. Zillow, I don't know what they just dropped me in. I'm like,
we're in the twilight zone.
I'm like, bro. And he's like, yeah, I mean, the ARV is 240, needs 30K in rehab, is rented for 1650. I want 160. I'm like, okay, well, those numbers don't necessarily add up, but the fact that he was getting 1650 in rent,
Right. Can equate to.
and if it's not, you know what he's basing his ARV off of?
What?
What his property is insured for by the insurance company. Which the last time I checked, you tell your insurance
Right.
company how much to insure your property
Exactly.
for. So
Send it to me. I'll get it over to her. She's probably going to have our main buyer over there, which was, I think it was Chris Craddock. He's like the guy in that area. The guy you bought our last year.
So
Send it to me. I can probably get an answer back.
the problem is, come back around here.
We got.
It's on the loop-de-loop here.
It's okay.
It's on that side.
Yeah, that's really a sweet zone, because her zone is here, and over here.
Okay.
So
this is kind of the Delaware side.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Yep. Get on it.
I sent it in Google Chat.
Okay, got it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Butter Road. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
sorry, but the person you called has a voice mailbox that has not been set up yet. Shalom. Thank you for calling. I am tied up right now. Please leave your information and I will call you right back. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hi, is Justin there?
Yeah, this is Justin.
Hey, Justin, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on M Street. How you doing? Good. Are you looking to sell that property? All right. I think you had spoken to Zach. I don't know, a couple days ago about potentially selling it, and so he had asked that I give you a call.
Somebody called me about a week or so ago, yeah.
I got you. How much would you need to get for the property?
I really don't know. I meant to get it, look into that, then I haven't.
I got you. I mean, it needs a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he said it needs a new roof. The wiring got ripped out, AC unit, and all that. I mean, so it's like almost a full gut, right?
Pretty much.
All right. I mean, do you owe anything on it, or are you just trying to walk away with a little bit of money?
I owe on it.
I gotcha. How much do you owe on it?
I'm not sure. I'd have to call and find out exactly how much it is.
All right. Give me a second. Hey, it can't be much, right? I mean, you've owned it for a minute now, haven't you?
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, the couple of options are, I mean, if you're upside down on it, I mean, and if you're really like financially hurting because of it, I mean, there's a potential of doing a short sale if that's like something you'd be interested in, or if it's like you don't owe that much and you kind of just want to be done with it, we can figure out what that number is and see if it could work for us. I mean, what are your plans with it? I mean, it's like your options are you either sit on it and do nothing, fix it up and sell it, or sell it, right?
Yeah, I have no plans for it right now. I mean, I don't have time to mess with it, honestly. So yeah, right now I would like to get rid of it just so I'm not having to make payments on it.
Right. So, I mean, do you have any dollar amount in mind?
Well, I'm not sure what I owe. I'm not sure. I mean, it would have to be at least that much.
Right. Are you behind on payments or are you current?
I'm current.
I mean, would you be open to us just taking over the mortgage?
I don't know about that. I would have to do a little research to find out about me. Can I call you back like tomorrow?
Yep. Yep. You can call me back at this. Yeah, you can call me back at this number.
Okay. Well, let me find out because I work. I actually work for a guy who's all he does is flip houses, and I mean he's not going to buy that one because we don't ever work over there. Like
So when you talk to him, tell him that. I mean, there's a couple different ways we could do it. It could either just we buy you cash out, or we could potentially buy it sub 2. If he does this for a living, he should know what that means.
okay. Yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds.
Because I would like to get rid of it. I mean, so it's nothing but a headache for me, honestly, right now because I don't have time to try to work on it.
Right. All right. Well, yeah, just call me back tomorrow and let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you want to do in life? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, dude. Cool. I know something. You don't know.
Hello.
Hey, is Seth there?
This is him.
Seth, this is RJ Bates. How you doing today?
Good.
I think you spoke to my colleague Zach the other day about your properties there in Miami. You remember talking to Zach?
Yeah.
Wanted to just give you a call, see if we can talk about these properties here and see if we can work something out. Are you a wrestling fan by chance?
Well, not really.
Are you familiar with Seth freaking Rollins?
Yep.
I bet you get that all the time. I'm just saying. He's got the coolest intro song of all time. If you haven't seen it, go watch the YouTube video. All right, so let's see. I got all kinds of notes. Zach did a good job, man, or you did a good job. You told him all kinds of stuff. So we got 830p 6066, right? So you're selling 2 properties or 3?
Well, I got those 2, and then I've got a house that I've been working on that I'd be interested in maybe selling.
Okay.
Across the river there in my house.
All right. Well, on these 2, how much were you want to get for those 2?
Man, I don't know. I really don't. You know, God's honest truth, I really don't want to sell them. he just mentioned, called me and asked if I'd be interested. I pretty well so made me an offer that was good enough to sell them. I might, but.
Well, it's all going to be based off the cash flow. You know, I mean, you got them tenant occupied. So, I mean, it ain't going to be like some ridiculous, crazy number. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're just going to be basing it off of becoming a landlord on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're not crazy interested in selling them, I mean, or motivated to sell them, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple different ways we could do it. I mean, I can make you a cash offer. If you own them free and clear, we could potentially look at seller finance if that's something you'd be interested in. I mean, I don't know. What's your ideal situation? You just want to keep them?
Well, I mean, they're paid 100% paid for. They're not, you know what I mean? So they
Right.
ain't costing me no money.
Okay.
They're bringing money in, so. I mean, I ain't saying I'm not open to an offer, but I don't by any means I really want to sell them. So.
I got you. I mean, we're rented out at $850, $750, so we're getting $1,600 a month. I'm assuming they're in pretty good condition.
Yeah, they are.
All right. Let me look up 6th Avenue real quick.
It's 606 South.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember them address.
Oh, 6th Avenue doesn't have that many comps around it. That was rented for $750.
Yeah, it's probably about Stables Casino.
Yeah, I mean, like on P Street, I mean, I don't know, probably somewhere in the range of 65, 70,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
and that's if like it doesn't need any work, you know. I mean, it's rented for the $850 a month, but says it could use
They
it.
don't really need anything. I mean, if anything, they might need a roof at some point. But I mean, there's no leaking of no sort like that. So.
Right. I mean, on the one on 6th Avenue, looks like that one's much lower value. I don't see very many comps around there. So, but cash flow's good. I mean, realistically, probably the best thing, you know, that we could do is if, I mean, it sounds like you like the passive income that you're getting from it. If you wanted to change roles from being a landlord to becoming the bank, I mean, that could be a potential move for you where you could sell them at whatever dollar amount you want and earn interest on your money. And then you don't have to worry about tenants and toilets.
Yeah. Well, I got your number. Let me just kind of think about it a little bit, and I'll let you all know on it or whatever.
Okay, sounds good.
If he's interested at all in looking at that one that's out there on the river that needs finished remodeling, I'd like to sell that thing.
Okay, well, I mean, what's the address on that?
Well, that might be the problem I had last time. We asked for the address, and I don't know what the heck the address is.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can look real fast.
All right.
It's I gutted it down to the studs and put all new wiring, new drywall. We got the drywall up, the electrical's on. We ain't done the cabinets. I had put a new roof on it. Had two different guys do the siding. They fucked the siding up on the back and the front. The guy that did it.
Right.
Just needs to be taken down and put back up. But re-stuccoed the outside of the chimney. I got 40,000 in it. I'd like to sell it. I mean, I'd probably even be willing to take a little bit of a loss on it just to get out of it. I just tired of messing with it. I got a guy begging me to rent it, but I've lost interest in it at this point.
Well, what's the address on it?
Look up here real quick. I'll find something that's got the address. Okay. Well, it might take me a minute to find. I got to find something that's got it on it. I just know where it is. I don't get a whole lot of damn attention to the address.
Okay.
I've got to have it somewhere though, because I pay electric out there. So I'll, if nothing else, I'll go back and look through here. Maybe it's right here. That's what the tax papers on. Oh, I don't put the address on anything, does it? Okay, this might be the address right here. I think the address is 11751 South 587 Road. That's Miami. It says lot 1. But actually what it is there's the house, there's a garage on the back, or well, a detached garage that pretty well needs to be all new metal or something. But then across the road, there's 2 lots that we bought with it. There used to be a trailer house over there.
Okay.
There's a garage down from that lot too. Well, there's probably not a lot of value to that lot, but I mean, it does go with that property. Whenever we do sell it, so. But we don't sell it all.
Right.
We sell it.
And it's directly across the street?
Well, so directly across the street, there's a lot that doesn't go with it, but then right beside that, there's 2 lots. It's kind of a long 2 lots. There's like a little, down at the end of it, there's a metal garage. You can see where there used to be a trailer. There was a trailer there, but
Yeah.
it moved out of there.
Gotcha.
So that tells you. I mean, there's probably not a lot of value to that, like I said, but it was there, and if we sell it, we want to sell all of it. So,
It's a 1,200 square foot house.
probably, yeah. It's got their garage there on a detached garage, and the river runs right behind it.
Yep.
Yep. probably a really nice place. But we like I said, we got it. It's got all new electrical. It's got new mini split unit. There's 4 units inside for heat and air. We restucco the chimney. We didn't do nothing to the inside. You'll have to have an insert or something put in it, I'm sure. All the rough plumbing is done as far as the not going to the kitchen, but in the bathroom, as far as the bathtub, the washer, dryer, sinks in there. Spot for the hot water heater. We're just gonna do an instant hot water heater, which I got it. Goes with it.
Okay.
But it needs the toilet needs, for the bathroom. It needs the doors, trim, paint the walls and the cabinets. Didn't know how we were gonna do the cabinets just yet. You could do them a few ways. But it's there, man. It's for sale. Like I said, I got it right at 40,000 in it, and I'd like to sell it. I'd love to sell it. So if it's something you guys are interested in finishing and renting, I got a definite renter for it. He bugs me about renting it all the time. So, but I just haven't ever finished it.
All right, give me a second here.
Well, maybe you guys want to check it out.
How much do you think it's going to cost me to finish it from here? Like 30, 35?
You got to do cabinets, flooring. I don't know, do carpet or what you do with the floor, but trim. I mean, I primered all the walls. I didn't paint no walls, but they're all primered. White primer. I would say, I think 30 would finish it. I mean, I don't know what kind of materials you use to finish them, but I would imagine you could easily do it for 30.
All right. Yeah, I mean, based off of what I'm seeing here, and I mean, how much do you think that guy will rent it for?
Well, we talked about. I mean, he's paying $1,300 a month to rent his place in Arkansas. He'd gladly pay $1,000 to rent. I think. $50 to $1,000 easy.
Okay.
I don't think you have any problem with renting the house at all. I mean,
right.
It's a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. There's a heating and air unit in all the bedrooms, so they'll all have their own air and heat and stuff. And there's a big one in the living room. The living room, you walk in, it's just open. One whole half of that house is the living room, basically, in the kitchen, dining room area. It's just all open, and your bedrooms are all on the one side, and your bathroom.
Gotcha.
The hallway, so.
You got an email address?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's set.
All right, and you're the sole owner of that?
It's in mine and my dad's name, but I mean that's no big deal. He wants to. The deal was that what happened was he bought the property that had the trailer, and I bought the house. Well, we ended up giving the trailer away, so he's got money tied up in the lots across the road, and I got all the money tied in the house, and we just both want to get out from under. So
I got you.
Plus, I got to be able to sell it all.
You don't know the addresses to those lots, do you?
There probably may not be no address. I don't know. They're literally, if you go, the lots ain't very big. You can kind of tell how big the lot is for the house right there.
All right.
If you look directly, I don't know if you're looking at it on a map or what, but across the road, there's a little lot, and it's the next 2 lots right beside it, going towards the end of the road. There's no houses. There is a garage down there, little metal garage, like a tin. This is basically a tin color garage, like a gray little garage down there. I don't know what you're looking at. There might have been a trailer sitting on it still, but there is no trailer now. It's gone.
So let me see what this pulls up. It literally doesn't have, it's just It doesn't have an address. It's just got a legal description.
There's probably not going to be no address. Like I said, there's probably be no address. It's going to be like lot 2. So that one there is lot, let's say lot 6. The one I told you there.
Yeah.
The one that has the house. So it's
yeah. So I got a legal description of lot 2 through 3, Grand Lake Shores Unit 2, and then on the other one, let me see what it pops up. It's got
2 and 3,
and then it says legal description, lot 1, block 2, Grand Lake Shores Unit 2. So those are what I'm seeing in your name, and it's showing side by side. So
yeah. Okay, that one's block.
Because that's all you own right there, right? Is the house and then the 2 little lots off to the side, right?
Yeah.
All right, so $40K, and I get all of that, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna send you over a contract for the $40K.
All right, that'll work.
All right, I'll email it over to you here. Let me see. My TC guy's already gone, but I don't know. Give me about 30, 45 minutes. I'll get it sent over to you, okay? All right. Thank you, Seth. Bye-bye.
Listen, when I got up, you were about to hang up. That's all I'm saying.
So what?
And so were you. Don't ask.
No, listen.
Got to talking. I saw it.
No, Zach sent over this novel.
Right.
Look, bro.
He wrote a book.
Zach sent these were in the. You looked at them yesterday.
Right. I put them in the review.
So listen. The first guy I called. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know.
How much you want? I don't know.
I heard you was like, well,
How
can
much,
you tell me any price?
How much do you owe? I don't know. I mean, what do you want to do? I don't know. I'm like, all right, bro. See you later.
Right.
So then I call this guy. I'm like, so you looking to sell these? Yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro. Is it just this random small town in Oklahoma that Zach picked here? So we are talking about these 2.
Right.
And he's like, I really don't want to sell them.
Really?
I'm like, okay, well, I don't know. Okay, sounds good, buddy.
Right. Out of here.
And then he's like, but I do have a house I want to sell.
Because that's literally when I came.
Why were we talking about the things you don't want to sell? You got, okay. So then he's like, look, he says he wants to sell that for 40.
Really? All right.
Okay, it's on the river, bro. Look at this.
I see that.
That's the river. This is the house. You go bathe in the river.
Yeah, you got river access. I mean,
okay, sure. 40. Sounds good.
Let's do it. See what happens.
All right. So what's
Maryland? I need you to get pictures.
What did she say?
She said I need pictures, and Chris and I. Literally what I told you. She's gonna talk to Chris because he's the guy over there. She ordered for me and Chris to come to a solid price. We just need pictures. So if you can get pictures from them, we can get an answer in less than 24 hours.
Call your boy. The seller.
You want me to call? I don't have a problem doing that. I got ready to say something.
He's going to gladly send you the pictures.
Okay. All right. I don't believe that.
He will like you.
I'm sure he will.
Yes.
Everyone likes Pete
Yes.
Brown. What are you
Yes.
talking about?
He will especially like you.
Oh, I'm sure. Listen, if he gets long-winded on me, I'm gonna choke you out.
Hey, he got me off the phone. He said, "Listen, you need to go do your
that. Right. All right.
Bro, who is messaging on here? We're trying to do something." Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna call him. Try to get this.
Yeah, please do.
Yep.
Okay. I don't even know what to call this. This is a we're gonna put it here. I'm gonna have to figure out how to send that contract. In my post game review.
Please leave your message for 2693.
Our phone ain't been on all day. Come on.
Hello.
Nakia,
Hi,
it's RJ
RJ.
from Titanium Investments. I was the guy that wanted to buy your house.
Okay, I have come so many people. I don't know from who to who.
I'm the guy that said,
See the thing through the Gmail, through my email, but it didn't come through.
is your email
Nakia6@gmail.com.
and 6 is SIX, right?
SIX.
Okay. Did you check your spam?
I did. I didn't see it through there because I thought about you the other day. I had a emergency my little granddaughter day. She hurt her finger, and let me check one more time.
Hold on. You're at your email right now? I'm sending it to you right now. I'm hitting the resend button as we speak so I can buy your house and you can move to wherever it is you're moving.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay, you have it. It's in your email right now.
Okay, I just seen it come through. RJ
Yes.
BA. I think I'm a glass on that.
Bates.
Something. I
Bates.
see it.
Yes.
Okay, I could see that's from the word. Okay, I see it now.
Okay, now when can we come see the house?
Are you in this area?
I'm everywhere.
Okay, tomorrow is Thursday, correct? Let me see.
That is correct.
No, what about Friday?
We can make
I found what day Friday?
you got a full day Friday or you're available?
No, Thursday. Tomorrow's Thursday. So Friday I'm free, but Thursday I won't be available.
Okay, so Friday. I will figure out a way to make Friday work.
Okay.
Because we got to get this going.
Right.
Every day your bank's charging you more and more money.
Right.
So we got to stop that shit.
Exactly. Now, one thing, anytime after 12 would be great for me. How I tell for you, you can come before 12 now.
After 12?
And if it's before noon, I got to make some switches, but I'm home.
I got you. We can make it after. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Anytime I'll be here all day. I was still moving some stuff, and so I forgot somebody's gonna help me move some more stuff between 8 and 10. So anytime after 12 o'clock, I'll be here, and I'll be here all day Friday. So I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, are you signing that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get stopped because I'm driving.
Okay. We'll sign it, and then I'll call you tomorrow, or I'll shoot you a text tomorrow and let you know what time on Friday we'll be there, okay?
Okay, and I'm gonna text you back in about 15 minutes to make sure that you got signed and everything.
Okay.
I'm almost at my destination, so I'll be shooting you a text in 15 minutes just saying.
Yep.
Just let me yes or no.
Hit the start, sign, finish button, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Josh, your boy. Remember Greensboro fuckery?
Yeah, I remember Greensboro fuckery.
Okay. She's signing it right now.
I got a buyer on it already.
She will not be available tomorrow, but anytime after noon on Friday, she is available for us to come out.
Is that on the third Friday of every month?
2 days from now. Okay. So remember, there is no price drop. So we're getting at 175.
Okay. And I will get mortgage passed.
That would be how we would get a price drop. But this is all based off of what she feels like is going on. But can your buyer go out there?
Yes, I just talked to him earlier. He's very interested in it. So let me get him on the phone. I will see if he can get out there Friday.
Yes.
And I'll get mortgage payoffs because we're more than likely going to subject this.
Okay. She needs cash. Remember that.
15 cash, right?
That's what she's getting right now.
Cool.
Can you leave notes?
Can do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Goodbye. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 7082209. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
bear with me just a few seconds here. I want to place wasteful phone calls. So I'm quick comping some of these cold call leads. See if they're worth the energy. No, that ain't worth it. No.
Sherwood.
Sherwood.
You called them 2 hours ago. Cassie's on the phone with them now. You want me to transfer that? Deep Cove or whatever. Sherwood. I got it up on the street.
Sherwood.
Your creature. Pull it up on Sherwood.
Oh, she called back.
Yeah, she's on the phone with right. She's on the phone right now.
She needs to calm down. Bro, she just sent that over, and I told her I would take a look at it. It's like 15 acres in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas. I sent it to Trent and said, "Hey, give me an analysis of it."
Okay, I'll let her.
She needs to simmer. Who do I need to talk to? I mean, Paul Rump, Nevada. I think the problem is that you're trying to comp something in Paul Rump. I had one earlier today in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. I mean, it didn't blow up any comps. I just had to keep going further and further out. And eventually it did. Get you that chicken ranch. Good evening. Wow, day 23. What a very interesting day it was. It's hilarious how days like sometimes have personalities, kind of like markets.
Wednesdays.
Today was a very, there was a consistent theme. It was that all of the conversations were unique in the fact that the properties were unique, the situations were unique.
Sounds like it.
I mean, just middle of nowhere, California, seller finance, pre-foreclosure in Nashville that just was trying to do everything to lose his $250,000 of equity, to middle of nowhere, 10 acres in Kansas with a stock pond that's actually selling it at a pretty decent price, but who knows if we could wholesale it or not, to an Airbnb in Fort Collins, Colorado, to an Oklahoma deal that we sent out a contract on that, I mean, seemingly seemed like a dead-end conversation that wasn't going to go anywhere, to, oh, well, I do have a property I want to sell. I mean, just repeatedly interesting conversations. Like, we got a signed contract today, but it was because of us sending somebody out to get the signed contract. So I don't know, just a very unique day across the board. Let me see if this is a seller. Call me real quick. Hold on. Hello, this is RJ. Hello. Hello. Yeah, I think I called you yesterday about a property that you were wanting to sell. Yeah. Okay. And then you texted me back. You said something about, am I the one from the billboard? Some people are so stupid. Anyways, just a great way to cap off the day right there. Just kind of a weird, unique day, but still productive. I mean, I think we had some really good traction on some dispo today, including selling a deal, which you're like, hey, we need to hurry up and wrap up. So really good stuff. Are you engaged? Are you here?
I'm here.
All right. So yeah, I'm just I've been talking for a while. You got anything you want to say?
You had said, let me answer this call, and I started doing something and I was finishing up.
I got you. They're calling back, so let's see what the prank caller wants to do here. What's up? Oh, they're just gonna call and hang up. That's adorable. So let's pull open the KPIs here. Not a overwhelmingly large movement during the live today. 88 sent, 56 signed, 6 canceled, 30 in dispo, 15 sold, 5 closed. So we got to get that assignment signed. That'll be 16 sold. And then Nakia is signing her contract right now. This is RJ. How can I help you? So yeah, I mean, it's been a good day so far. Hello, do you want to say something? You know, here's the thing about people that, try to prank call. Like, if you're going to do it, do something. Like, be funny about it. Like, right now, this person at 727-992-7139 has decided that they want to just keep calling me over and over and over again and then not say anything. It's just, it's not.
How many times have they called you?
Well, they texted me yesterday multiple times, and then I said I called you back. But it's like the point in doing this is for it to be humorous. And I'm open to that. Like, I find those to be somewhat funny, especially if somehow I offended you. But doing this is just a complete waste of effort. This doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's where we stand through today. I think that there will be results that come from today's efforts. I think we'll get some signed contracts and whatnot, but yeah, just kind of a weird, unique day.
Yeah, Wednesdays are weird and unique, and I kind of want to verify what maybe we need to load up on leads in the morning. I don't know. I need to look through it.
I don't necessarily think it's a lead thing. I mean, I think part of it was that I've had some lengthy conversations. So that obviously slows down on some of the progress. I mean, to start off the day, I pretty much just went for 3+ hours straight, and they weren't overly productive. Some of the conversations were I mean, we have the potential seller finance, but in the Nashville lead, I mean, hopefully that gentleman who's in a tough spot financially comes around and heeds my advice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's it's kind of where we are after the day. So do you
How
have
many leads, Zolo leads, did we have today?
No, I think you're talking about total.
Huh?
Dude, they're talking about total.
Oh, total?
Yeah, I think the prank caller just now hung up after 3.5 minutes.
You had him on the phone the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I told him. I mean, whatever. I mean, if you want to sit there and listen to me, I'm going to carry on with my life. They were texting me the whole time. They're like, "You're mean." Whatever. I think it's like a kid or something.
Who is that? That's so weird.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think it might be that speed to lead that sounds like a kid. I think that might be the one. So, anyways, day 24. Do you know where we're going to be tomorrow?
Mississippi.
That is true. It is my second least favorite logo of all of our logos.
Oh.
It's Kentucky and then Mississippi. But we got Pardon the Disruption tomorrow as well. If you haven't, check out my interview with Miss Andrea Stakes that we released this morning. Had a ton of fun with her. Appreciate all the love and support. Me and Cassie need to go hop on a call to finish some stuff up. So we're going to get out of here. We'll see you guys in the morning.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it. It's the crucible! Oh, this is what we do.